It's week 14 of the 2026 season, and we've got the Titans leader at quarterback. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Titans and the Texans, and it's all up next.
Just across the Cumberland River from those neon lights of Broadway, we welcome you inside Nissan Stadium here in Nashville. We thank you for having us in. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson, 3 months in the books. Partner, now it's December. It's the best month of the MFL season because the games get more important as the weather gets a little bit colder.
And this is where you find out who the real teams are and who the pretenders are. Do you find yourself not only in the playoff conversation, but can you now play good enough ball down the stretch to not only be in the conversation, but actually find yourself in the postseason?
All right, just about set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Houston offense heading out to the field for the first time. Leading this offense, their veteran quarterback.
When you take a quick look at the box score, you'd think, okay, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. They clearly won the game, but it wasn't the case. And what that tells me is they're just not getting enough contribution from the entire team. He had a really nice day. Some things that he still needs to clean up, but can they get better balance on the offensive side of the ball? And then, frankly, they need to make more plays on defense and get more contribution out of the special teams. This can't just be a team that puts all the pressure on the quarterback position and says, hey, go out every week and just win us the game by yourself.
Great way to start the drive. A gain of 20 and a first down. They'll throw out of the gun. There he goes again. A terrific run there. He's finally taken down at the 25-yard line.
You know this defense worked all week defending this quarterback as a scrambler, as a runner. But sometimes it's just hard to simulate until you see him in real life. His speed, his ability to create. We saw him get him here early on a big scramble. He's able to pick up the first down and keep the drive alive.
And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. He'll drop to throw. Got his receiver on the in-cut. He's got it. A pickup there of 13. First down for Houston. They send the tight end in motion. In the red zone now, he'll drop to throw. He'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Here's a 2nd and 6. Putting one of their tight ends in motion left. They'll look to throw yet again. In trouble, and down he goes. It is Harold Landry working his way in for the sack. 7th play of this opening drive, and here's 3rd down. Now they'll set up to throw. Taking off, he'll try to get there.
And that's a pretty good effort here on 3rd and long. He had nowhere to go down the field. The defense is playing real soft. He pulls it down and did all he could, but he's still going to end up being short of the first down.
What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Out of the gun, he'll throw. To the goal line and in. Touchdown, Texans. That touchdown, number 11 on the year. A terrific way to start this one. Not only a touchdown, but a nice long march down the field. Makes it a long walk back to the bench for the defense.
Mike, that's about as good as you can imagine starting a game offensively. To be able to sustain that many plays and be able to cap it off with a touchdown, that is a dream start for this offense.
Fairbairn, good on the point after. And the Texans will take a 7-0 lead. The kickoff team is out on the field. And we're back to it as the kick's away. On the return, it's Parker Washington. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. And that's where the offense will take over. The Tennessee offense taking the field for the first time. They are led out by a man who's done this now for a long time. Their veteran quarterback.
There's just certain guys, Mike, when they take the field and they step into the huddle, the other 10 players, they just take a little bit of a deeper breath. They're like, man, I'm glad this guy is on our side, and he's certainly one of them. He just brings an element of confidence to everybody else around him, not only in the huddle, but on the sideline, on the defense, the coaching staff. Everyone is better as the result of him being your quarterback.
That caught Tony Pollard. And he will not get away. Terrific open field tackle. Gets him down behind the line. They come to the line needing 11 here on third down. A shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. And on third down, that ball incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on first and second down, Mike. Living in these third and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
Now, fair catch called, and he's going to take it out beyond the 25-yard line.
At their own 27-yard line.
So they come to the line for first down and 10. They'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one.
This is already a little better than the first time they had the ball, Mike. Remember, opening possession, 3 and out. Showing some signs of life here now. Nice pick up there by the back to pick up the first down.
They'll stay on the ground. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's second down. Ground, he'll get it again. And he's fighting to try to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not do it. This is going to be a loss of a yard. They need 8 as they come up for third down. Bill looks to throw. He'll try to run for it. Give him 11 on the scramble. They give them a new set of downs.
This is an element that defensively you always have to be ready to defend. You can't just accept that it's a pass and be so consumed with the receivers downfield. You have to account for the quarterback as a scrambler. You can see why, as he's able to get out of the pocket and pick up the first down.
Here's second and 6. They'll stick with him again. And this defense up to the task there. Gain of just 2, and it's third down. They're going to motion the tight end over here. On third down, they'll set up to throw. Open man, right side. He's got it. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this first quarter. So after 1, it's the Texans who have the early lead. And we're back in Music City after this. Back to throw. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Second down and 3. And before the snap, we have a whistle. And this could very well be a false start.
Offense.
look to throw. Quick throw, out wide. It's caught. He is in. Touchdown, Houston.
And that was just a great drive, really from start to finish, Mike. You could see the play caller just really finding his rhythm, mix in run, mix in pass. Results in the touchdown pass, but really everything they did, the entire possession worked to perfection. When you can sustain the drives like that and come away with touchdowns, man, that goes a long way towards establishing your identity for the rest of this game.
Fairbairn able to add the extra point, and the Texans move out on top, 14-0. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. The return starts from the 5. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Titans offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And he's used his legs to great effect this year, both when the pocket breaks down and by design, as you check out the league leaders in quarterback rushing yards. Quick throw here is complete. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
At the 33-yard line.
They'll run here with Pollard. They'll mark them down up at the 44-yard line.
And a nice pickup there by the back with an explosive run play. And it's important to point out, Mike, this offensive play caller, he's still working off that opening script. It doesn't necessarily have to just be the first possession.
I fumbled the football. The Texans have it.
And as you can see with that fumble, Mike, it really just goes back to the fundamentals of how they're taught to carry the ball. And we talk about the points of pressure, and the biggest thing really, Mike, is you want the front tip of the ball, the part where your fingers cover, to always be higher than the back tip of the ball. So often you see that front tip go down, and it makes it so much easier for that defender to kind of rake it out. So you want pressure against the outside of the ball, both tips, the inside of the ball, and then keep that front point up.
1st and 10. Here comes Otten in motion. Back to throw here to begin the drive. A short one there to Otten. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. They motion a receiver right. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down. Throwing now from the gun. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Now whistles here, and a penalty. Let somebody move
Ball start,
early up front.
offense.
Back to the air one more time. And they'll work this close to a 1st down, maybe just a tad short. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. Try to pick this one up on the ground. And they bring him down to 23, but that will do just fine. Move the chains. 1st down picked up.
Really just the same approach that an offense would take on a quarterback sneak, Mike. You don't necessarily have to sprint them for a huge gain. Can you buy just enough space up front to pick up 1 yard? That's exactly what they did. Pick up the 1st down. You can see in the eyes of the quarterback, he's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. But this is something that they know in the future. If I need a couple yards, they can come back to this play.
He's fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Dropped for the loss of a yard. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. 3rd and 6. Tight end going in motion here. On 3rd down, they'll throw from the gun. He's got his man. Right side. It's complete. And the Texans are going to have 1st and goal as the tackle's made at about the 5-yard line.
I love the way the ball's been moving around to different guys this drive, Mike. I mean, it really keeps the defense guessing and off balance. And now, this defense is going to have to figure out how to keep this offense out of the end zone because it's 1st and goal.
5 yards from the house. They've got it 1st and goal. And he's going to be down close to the goal line. Good job defensively to make sure he did not get to the end zone. 2nd and goal. They'll try to run this one in. And he will fight his way to the end zone. Touchdown, Texans. This defense continuing to give up points. Greg, you've been on offenses like this. This has to feel great when you're on a roll like this.
And it's really twofold, Mike. First and foremost, just like you said, every offense in the league works all week. We want to start out fast. We want to establish some early rhythm and play our style of game. They've certainly done that. Now, on the flip side, what does it do to your opponent? It takes them completely out of their game plan, knowing this early in the game, they're chasing points.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Washington now to return it. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And they're going to track him down. He couldn't find a receiver, and down he goes. That's complete. It's Parker Washington. First time these two have connected this afternoon, and it'll wind up being a 1st down. He'll look for Pollard out of the backfield. Down the left sideline. And he will score. Tony Pollard. Touchdown, Titans. Well, they get the running back out of the backfield, and Greg, we find him in the end zone, a touchdown pass.
Mike, we call those short throw, long run. It's every quarterback's dream. He's able to get the ball out of his hand to his intended target, and in this case, this guy, he does the rest.
No problem there on the extra point, and the Titans get back in it. It is 21-7. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This is fielded inside the 5. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. Texans offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. He has played well all season long, entering this final stretch of games in December and January as the NFL leader in touchdown passes. There's that man again. Another catch. The Texans going to go ahead and use their first time out here. And they'll get together prior to the 2nd down play. Putting the tight end in motion. Quick throw, taken in, and they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a 1st down after a gain of 7. They send the tight end in motion. They'll look to throw here on 1st down. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line. Here's a timeout, Houston. That's their second, as they'll stop it just a little bit over 30 seconds to go in this first half. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. They'll look to throw again. Well, another catch for his favorite target. That pickup, good for 29 yards.
What a luxury. There's certain teams, when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size and speed to run away from these linebackers and do so much of his damage after the catch.
So here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20. This one complete right side. And he will get into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. And the show continues. What a first half he's had, Greg. A 3rd touchdown pass with that one.
Mike, what stood out to me the most so far is just the amount of space these guys have had to operate in. I think if I'm this defensive coordinator, me and my staff at halftime are revisiting this game plan. They obviously felt good about it coming in, but I don't think there's anything to feel good about thus far.
Fair, Baron. Good on the point after. And the Texans add on one more as they extend their 2nd quarter lead. They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. This one taken at the 7. Oh, he's got room past the 30. And he'll be out of bounds on the return. And the drive will begin there. Right away, they'll set up to throw. He's going to tuck it and go. The Titans will use the 1st of their timeouts. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. They'll throw out of the gun. He tosses over the middle. This one is caught. And that's going to be a 1st down. A pickup of 9. Brian Callahan will send out the field goal unit here. This a 48-yard attempt. His kick is good. And the Titans are able to put up 3 and cut into the lead.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin in the AFC North, up in the land, the Battle of Ohio. Cincinnati taking on Cleveland.
And it's the Browns who have the lead in the 2nd quarter. Jonathan Taylor, a touchdown run in that first half. From there, let's head to Philly to see what's happening with the Eagles.
And at the half, they trail the visiting Washington Commanders.
Terry McLaurin, a touchdown catch in that first half. Lastly, let's get you to MetLife Stadium to see what's happening with the Giants at home in East Rutherford. As you can see, the score there in the 2nd quarter. Brock Purdy has thrown a touchdown pass.
This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up, ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far. But there's still plenty of time left for this one to tighten up significantly.
Will we get a turnaround? Let's find out. The 3rd quarter is underway. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. Tony Pollard heading out with the rest of his Tennessee teammates for their next drive. And you look at his numbers as a pass catcher in this one. They've lined him up in different spots, shifted him around, and they've made him a real weapon in the passing game. Looking middle of the field, it's complete. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
On 1st and 10, they'll set up to throw. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Now a handoff to Pollard. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. He'll drop to throw. There's a throw right side. It'll be incomplete.
There's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this was one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that one in there anyway, and he's lucky that it just falls incomplete.
That's 2 catches on this drive. This one for 10 yards and a 1st down.
3rd downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on 3rd downs, that is a recipe for success.
He bought all the time he could, but he's going to be taken down as he couldn't get a throw away.
Pretty evident that the defense is just giving no time of day to any run actions. They are playing pass all the way, and he can continue to give as many play-action fakes.
The pressure all over him. He goes down again.
If there's any silver lining for this drive, Mike, it's the fact that at least this sack occurred on an early down. So I guess technically they have a chance to claw themselves out of this hole, but that's the 3rd sack of the game. This defense doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
Throwing now on 3rd and 1. And they're going to get him once again. He's under siege. That is 3 in a row.
This is a great reminder of why it's so important to have great offensive tackles. When you get beat so fast off the edge, the quarterback has nowhere to go in the pocket to escape, and that's what happens.
They will get away from that one, and they're going to have tremendous field position. This ball hits and goes out of bounds. The Texans offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And we show you some of the highlights, and there have been plenty to choose from. 3 touchdown passes and some other big-time throws as well. Certainly dialed in and on top of his game right throughout this one. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8.
The drag route. We used to say this is day 1 install. Every single offense in the NFL has this sort of route, especially for the tight end position. And depending on the speed and the run-after-catch ability of the tight end, sometimes it can lead to some of the biggest gains.
And it doesn't appear that he got to that 1st down marker. They'll only give him a yard, so it'll set up 3rd down. Now they'll set up to throw. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
I'm not sure if it's this big lead or if it's just this second-half pressure getting to him, but that's just a careless throw by the quarterback. And don't let this lead fool you. Throws like that can change this game in an instant. And this defense knows they gave him one, and they let him off the hook.
And he'll be brought down. Short return, and they'll take over there. Out comes the Tennessee offense. They get set to see what they can do. And, look, they've been out of sorts throughout, Greg. They haven't had any answer for this pass rush all game.
Yeah, and it's really showing up in the sacks and also just in their ability to prevent any yards, any completions. This has just been a dominant pass defense performance here, and everything starts with the rush. The quarterback's uncomfortable. The clock gets sped up. He's got guys in his face. It's a lot easier to play defensive back and in some of these coverage units when you know that ball's got to come out fast. And right now, they're teeing off and taking advantage of it.
They'll look to throw. This offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack.
If they win this game, this pass rush is going to be a big reason why. The 5 sacks speak for itself, but their ability to disrupt the timing of this offense, that can't be overstated.
He'll get a dozen out of that one, scrambling his way to a first down.
Having a quarterback with this ability to run is such an X factor in today's NFL. It's an element of their offense that you have to be prepared for on every single play. Here we see it on third down. Starts out as...
And he's going to go down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
So after surrendering their 6th sack of the game, I looked down on the sideline, Mike, and found their offensive line coach. He grabbed his headset, removed it, and he slammed it on the ground. And truthfully, I don't blame him. His unit has been getting worked up front all day in pass protection. So often, sacks, especially on first down, can be drive killers. But their ability here to take this from 2nd and long to 3rd and short, they've got a really good opportunity here, Mike. If they don't get it on 3rd, don't be surprised if they go for it on 4th. Great work there defensively, Mike. You could tell they were onto that one from the start. They're able to hold them to a short gain on the keeper and force the 4th down.
A field goal, no gimme from this distance. They'll go on 4th down. They'll run for it, and it's Pollard. And he's not going anywhere. Stuffed behind the line. They have turned it over on downs.
Yeah, when you find yourself down big here in the second half, you have to maximize every possession. And that's exactly what the coach tried to do, going for it on 4th down. Give yourselves a chance to cut into this big lead. But it's the defense that came through again with a huge stop. And that's going to make their chances of coming back that much more difficult.
So, 3 quarters now in the books. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Out of the gun, here's a run up the gut. And that's the way you want to run it on first down. A gain of 7. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. From the shotgun, it's a give up the middle. And it'll be taken down at the 25-yard line.
And this running game has really been rolling, Mike, all game long. The holes, the run lanes, they've been there consistently. Here's another nice run as they look to put this game away.
A shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. He's got it inside the 5. And he's very close to a touchdown. They mark him just shy of the goal line.
Big-time completion right there, and this isn't just a spot where they're trying to run the game out here in the 4th quarter. They were not only trying to pick up points, but they're trying to get in the end zone and extend this lead. So, really nice job here late. Let's see if they can put this one out of reach.
Here's Pierce, and he will dive into the end zone. Damian Pierce, touchdown Texans. And that touchdown probably, Greg, ends any small hopes of a comeback on the other side.
Yeah, and I think those chances, Mike, were small to begin with, but with that last score, I think this one is pretty much over.
Fairbairn able to add the extra point, and the Texans will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Washington now to return it. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Titans offense back onto the field as you take a look at the playoff race in the AFC. Still, a lot can happen between now and the end of the season, but the cream is starting to rise to the top as you look across the NFL.
Take a look at his eyes. You can see the quarterback clearly going through all of his progressions, and he's quick to realize there's nowhere to go with this ball. He makes the right decision and gets out of there, picks up some good yardage, and gets down on the ground. It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completed passes at a high...
And he will go all the way. Touchdown, Tennessee. Well, it's not going to be enough, but at least they find the end zone at the end of a hard week's work. At least will pay off with a touchdown, Greg.
Mike, you can just chalk this one up in the column of too little, too late. And give credit to this offense for not going down without a fight, but they're not going to have enough time to find themselves back in this one.
The PAT, up and good. And the Titans are able to edge a bit closer. Down 3 scores, and it's late. They're going to need a few bounces to go their way. They'll start right here, trying to get an onside kick.
You have no choice. You find yourself down big here late in the fourth quarter, Mike. You got nothing to lose. Give it a shot. Nice job here by the hands team recovering. They're going to take over possession.
The Texans offense about ready to take over once more. And as we look back now, Greg, at how we got here, we got a ton of highlights of the offense so far. In particular, great passing.
Yeah, and if you want to score points in the NFL, Mike, there's no secret. You've got to do it primarily through the air, and with 3 touchdowns here so far, that's exactly what we've seen. It's been deep balls. It's been intermediate shots. It's been good run after catch. This has really been high-level offense on display right from the jump.
And he'll be taken down at the 25-yard line.
Here's a case of an offense just piling on. You're really imposing your will on the defense. Everyone in the stadium knows you're going to run it. The defense knows it. You know it. And no matter what they do, they have no answers whatsoever.
Quickly to the outside and complete.
Certainly not the biggest play of the day, but a good example of picking up positive yardage, staying ahead of the chains by a well-timed ball and a well-timed route.
Blitz coming. He'll throw it. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And this drive's going to continue. He's taken down, but they are set up with first and goal. Out of the gun. He'll throw. Quick throw here is complete. And he'll get about 8 on that one. Most of it coming after the catch. It's second down. On play action, they're on him in a flash, and he's lost the football. The Titans have got it. Those are the places on the field where the defense wants to come up with the big plays. And that was one. Down deep, get to the quarterback, knock it out, and come up with the recovery.
Mike, this is one of those times where I think for a quarterback, they get caught in between. Do I want to be a runner and take it in myself? Do I have time to let my wide receivers develop in the end zone? I think he holds on to it just a little too long. The defense pokes it free and creates a huge turnover.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10. Back to throw here to begin the drop. Throwing over the middle. This one is complete. Here's second and 3 to go. This offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack. And that is incomplete.
He does a fantastic job, Mike, of not only locating the ball in the air, but then attacking it hands on hands. That's exactly something they work on every week in practice. Great job translating those drills into a live game.
Now fair catch is taken back inside the 40. The offense headed back out, captained, of course, by their quarterback. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been successful. He just processes things so quickly, making the right read, seemingly every time. Not much. Second and long coming up. the backfield. He'll get the carry here. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. They'll come up to 3rd and 3. Back to throw. Open man, left side. He's got it. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. A handoff as they try to run it here. And nothing on that one. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Up the middle they go. And he will take this down. Close to a first down. Pickup of 9. They've got him a yard short of the steps. 3rd and a yard. He'll look to throw. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. That is a worrisome development here late in the game. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Victory formation, defense powerless to stop. And that should just about do it. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. So it's a win for the visiting Texans. They get the home victory here in the division in the first of their 2 scheduled matchups. A chance to go for the season sweep on the road later in the season. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long, everyone.
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left. It's the NFL on EA Sports. And we'll be watching the Browns' creative quarterback. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Browns and the Bengals coming up next.
Now from the home of the Dog Pound, EA Sports welcomes you to Huntington Bank Field here in downtown Cleveland, Ohio.
With Charles Davis, as always, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Charles, you talk about storylines in this one. I think it begins and ends with our 2 quarterbacks, certainly 2 of the best in the business.
And nowadays, I don't think you can get by for long periods of time without a top-flight quarterback. The way the game is played, with all the responsibility he has and how the game flows through him, if he's not on the top of his game, your team's not going to benefit at all.
Three-quarters of the NFL season are complete. What works in our final month? We're underway in Week 14. The lane opens here. He's past the 30.
And all in all, a pretty solid return. Nearly got it to the 35. They'll mark him down officially at the 34.
So here come the Browns for their first drive on offense. And they will be led out by their 6'3" quarterback.
Well, the silver lining from last week, he played phenomenally. Kept the ball clean and led them to the end zone several times. You know these NFL quarterbacks, though, they trade away all those touchdowns if it meant getting the win. That's his focus this week.
And a really good show of force there as he gets through for 4 tough yards.
2nd and 6.
Now some movement before the snap. And we'll hear from our referee for the first time this afternoon.
So they accept the penalty, of course, and push the offense backwards a bit.
And that false start penalty certainly not helping their cause here. 2nd down and long.
On the counter, it's Taylor.
Able to slither by. And he'll get up near the 45. They'll spot it at the 44. That's a gain of 11. Would have been a first down if not for that penalty moments ago.
On 3rd down, here's Taylor. And Taylor, I don't think he got there. No, he did not. Unable to break free, and he's marked short.
Call it no gain there, and it leads to a 4th down.
And I think that's going to go down as no gain, but that doesn't seem fair for the effort that was presented on that play. That should go down as a loss. I know, I'm a defensive guy, but you got to like the play that was made.
He made a lot of those plays last week. He was AFC Defensive Player of the Week, picking up where he left off. And he didn't quite have the backspin on that one. It hits at the 4 and continues into the end zone. It's a touchback. Here come the Bengals now to take over. And trotting out there leading them is their 4th-year quarterback.
And you and I both know that any win is a good win, and that's what they did last week. But there's also plenty for him to work on in his game, wasn't there?
Yeah.
2 touchdowns, an interception. Yeah, you know, he wants to increase that a little bit in terms of ratio. But first and foremost, they did win the game.
And he takes us beyond the 35 before going out of bounds. 17 yards on the catch and run. It's a first down.
And this was a nice example of an offensive coordinator scheming his guy open. Just a little underneath route, just trying to free up some space, and it worked awfully well. Got him not just space, but plenty of room to run after the catch to pick up really nice yardage.
The numbers on the ground for Williams a week ago. 18 carries, 71 yards.
And those numbers have both he and his blockers motivated this week. They saw that yardage total climbing, but stopped short of 100. Every one of them has to be driven this week to help him reach the century mark.
And a quick throw here that's complete. That one, a first down pickup of 8.
This has to go down as one of the simpler routes in the playbook, but oh so effective. Nice completion there. Keeps the sticks moving.
Now a first down carry. It's Williams. And he'll take this ahead for about 4. 2nd down coming up.
You look at this Browns defense.
They're a unit that enters play way down, number 28 in the NFL right now against the run.
One thing players always tell us is that they never really pay attention to numbers. I don't believe them for a second. They know where they rank, okay? They're not quite at the top, but they're far from the bottom. But let's face it, they want to move up. In order to do that, they've got to look at each other and make sure everyone's taking care of their assignments in order to play the run better. But one of the ways that quarterbacks keep all the receivers alive in a play, never lock in on any one guy. Make sure you keep your eyes moving, scan the field, and here he finds the open guy for a nice pickup.
They'll bring a tight end in motion left. On first down, he'll drop to throw. And it's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. That's good for a first down, his 2nd catch of the opening drive. He'll look to throw. That's going to be caught by Kirk. That will go as a pickup of 7 on the 7th play of the drive.
2nd down from the 8. They can get a first down by reaching the 5.
Again, he'll drop to throw.
And one more time, here's Kirk. And the Bengals are going to be looking at 1st and goal as they move this down to the 4-yard line. 1st and goal from just inside the 5.
They'll look to throw again. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. Weaving through traffic, and now he's free. And he's into the end zone. It's a fumble return for a Browns TD. How about that for a momentum swing? You had a goal to go. Not only do you cough it up, but they pick it up and return it all the way for a touchdown.
And now you have to give oxygen to the entire team because what a letdown that was. Terrific drive. Looked like you're going to get points. Instead, the other team registers them on the scoreboard.
Now they'll line up to kick the extra point. It's up and through to make it 7-0 Browns. The scoop and score, always an exciting play in football, and we witnessed it there, grabbing it off the ground and then rumbling it into the end zone for 6.
So here's the kickoff now as they'll get it again following that fumble return for a score. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. The Bengals offense led by their running back headed out for the second possession. And they've used him quite a bit in the passing game as you take a look at the NFL leaders in receiving yards by a running back, and he's right there in the mix.
The Cincy offense about ready to go here on their next drive. And they've got to be still reeling from the events of a moment ago. What a turn on that last play.
You're knocking on the door. You're about to take it in. You think you're going to get some points on the board. Instead, you cough it up and watch them take it the rest of the way to the opposite end zone. That's a 2-score swing that you just gave up.
It's a short one here, complete to the tight end. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a 1st down. They'll run out of the gun here. Williams. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11. Now whistles and a flag, and I believe a Bengal got going a little early there.
Offense.
The offense knew it. They were already starting to walk back as that one is accepted.
And that false start penalty certainly not helping their cause here. 2nd down and long.
They'll stay on the ground with Williams.
And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. Nothing there, no gain, and now they're looking at a 3rd and 15.
After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. Second quarter, and it's the Bengals in control of the football as they've got it with a 3rd down coming up.
They'll drop to throw. And he's got his man in stride, complete.
And he will get this to the midfield stripe, but that's not going to be enough. He's a few yards short.
It's a pickup of 13, but they're still a bit short, and it'll be 4th down.
And here's Daniel wheeling on now to punt.
He'll get off a fairly short kick here as this is toward the sideline. And this is going to be ruled out, I think, just inside the 20. Yes, it will. Side judge calls it at the 19-yard line.
And they'll come out with a 3 tight end look on the first play of the drive.
They'll start this drive out on the ground. And he is swallowed up right at the line of scrimmage.
Tackled by A.J. Epinesa. Here's 2nd and 10.
Now back to throw.
That's taken in by Higgins.
And he'll be out of bounds at the 25-yard line.
Here is 3rd and 5.
They're going to look to throw.
On the out route, this is Adams with a catch.
And he's brought down short by a yard. It's a third down gain of 4.
A short gain that doesn't get them the first down brings up a fourth down situation.
Really nice job defensively. They knew where the sticks were. They got the stop before it.
And Bojorquez on to punt as he gets it away.
Good open field tackling there. A 50-yard punt followed by just a 1-yard return.
And the Bengals take over 1st and 10. Cincinnati set to take over once again.
The crowd maybe losing just a little bit of the edge after back-to-back punts.
They want some big plays. They want to see some offense. They want to see somebody break away, whether it's through the air or on the ground. Now it'll be interesting to see where the patience is on both sides. Each head coach, can you hang in there and not try and force something that could put your team in some jeopardy?
Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. Going down the middle, and it's complete. And he gets this one to midfield before he's brought down. 75 yards receiving for him now. It's a first down.
2nd and short, that's a rundown, so it's definitely a good time to go play action if you're feeling it. And they do so and pick up a first down.
This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Now a give up the middle to Williams. And he stopped immediately there. And now timeout is whistled as it appears there's a Brown shaken up on the play.
Well, the medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. 2nd and 10.
They'll set up to throw. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Call it a loss of 5, a big sack to bring up 3rd down.
You know, on these types of plays, we're always looking to assess blame. Okay, where did it break down? Sometimes it's just a great play.
So here's a 3rd and 14.
They'll set up a throw.
He throws it on the move, but can't connect as that falls incomplete.
It's going to be another frustrating end to a drive here. This offense, they've not been able to get anything going in this first half. And now it's going to be time to gather on the sidelines and try and figure out what's going wrong. Who has an idea? Who has a plan? Time to implement it.
And that ball's going to angle out at the 3-yard line. A beauty. And now Cleveland geared up to take the field. And they've got themselves a 7-0 lead here, but that, you recall, was a defensive touchdown, so still nothing as of yet for this offense.
Well, they're happy to have the lead. We got to cut them a little bit of slack. It's still early enough, just a couple of drives so far, but if this one goes nowhere, those adjustments that we talk about, they shouldn't wait for halftime. They should go ahead and start working on them right now.
A loss of a yard there to start out. That leads to a 2nd and 11. From deep in their own territory, they look to throw. They'll give him 4 yards there. 3rd and 7 now.
How about the timing on that one? Boy, they were in sync, weren't they? 3-step drop, balls out of his hands, right to the tight end. Nice completion, just like they do it in practice.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is going to have a Browns first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
So many times in my career I've heard coaches talk about completions are one thing, but as long as we're there at the catch and we get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in a lot of trouble.
They go play action here on 1st down.
Here's back-to-back catches for Davante Adams.
Call it a gain of 6 on the play, and it'll be 2nd down.
Two minutes on the clock, 2nd quarter, 7-0 ball game.
A reminder that coming up in 2 minutes' time, we'll check in with Jonathan Coachman from Orlando. He'll have highlights and analysis of this first half of play. Throw taken in by Taylor, left side. And he went backwards. He'll be down at the 30. It'll be a loss of 2, maybe 3 on the play. And now 3rd down and 6 to go.
Well, Brandon, we could see that play developing, and they were hoping that he was going to be able to put a move on the first guy and turn it into a big play. But no such luck. The speed on defense continues to get better and better in the NFL. Pretty nice example there of those guys being able to run from their assignments and finish off that play.
A nice job there on the escape and scramble. A first down, a 16-yard gain. Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. And he will find his man on the outside. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards, and it's second down. He'll look to throw.
And that went to the right side and incomplete.
A great job defensively taking away his receivers, and he was forced to put that one into Lake Erie, but that's what good quarterbacks do. They don't take unnecessary chances if they don't have to.
On 3rd and short, they'll try and pick it up through the air.
Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And he's got another first down as the tackle's going to be made at the Bengals 37. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock stops here with 46 seconds remaining in the first half. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw.
They'll set up the screen to Taylor.
A good gain of 9 before he's brought down at the 28.
And good yardage there on first down, because sometimes all you need to do on the screen is get one key block. That might set your man free, and that was pretty good pursuit to the football defensively, or it could have gone for more.
Just need a yard here. 2nd and 1.
Back to throw again. The left side throw complete to Adams. And he takes it down to the 10-yard line. The Browns passing game finding its stride. They've got another first down. The Browns will quickly use their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward.
So not quite a 1st and goal. It's 1st and 10 from the 10.
He'll drop to throw. This will be caught just inside the 10. 2 yards on the pickup there, and it's 2nd down. Back to throw here. And he just chucked that one out of bounds, out of everyone's reach. Maybe a wise call not to take a sack in this part of the field. It brings up 3rd down. On 3rd down, he'll drop to throw. And probably the wise decision there. No one open. He just throws it away. And that keeps the field goal on the table as it's 4th down. So they won't get a touchdown, but here's a chance to at least get 3 to end the first half. From the left hash, a chip shot here. And his kick is good. And that will extend their lead even further.
So a capper there to a pretty good first half.
And I love the way that they put a chokehold on the clock and pretty much drained everything before they put the field goal on the board as they headed into the half.
So we have reached halftime with our score 10-0. As we'll send you down to Orlando, and we check in with Jonathan Coachman for our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you and Charles in a bit. But first, let's get to some of these scores around the NFL here in a busy Week 14. We'll begin up at Bank of America Stadium in Uptown Charlotte. And as you see, they were winners back on Thursday night. Bryce Young, sharp in the victory, as his guys get back within a game of 500. Next, we head north to Philly to check on the Eagles at home at Lincoln Financial Field. And at the half, they trail the visiting Washington Commanders. Terry McLaurin, a touchdown catch in that first half. Lastly, let's get you to MetLife Stadium to see what's happening with the Giants at home in East Rutherford. As you can see the score there in the second quarter. Brock Purdy has thrown a touchdown pass. We were certainly treated to an entertaining first half. Both these teams with some high points and maybe a couple of low points as well. So it's going to be a question of who can be the most disciplined team going forward.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3. 10-0 is our score as we get started again on EA Sports.
And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24.
The Bengal offense now with a football first here to begin quarter number 3.
And right out of the gate, they face what you'd think could be a pretty important drive.
I would say so. You know, they're down 2 scores. That's not the end of the world. It wasn't the strongest of first halves, but for them to start calling back, they've got to start putting a little pressure on that defense, start cutting into this deficit. You can't have 3 and outs and expect to get that done.
The sack recorded. It's a loss of 5, and now it's second down. Back to throw. Flushed out right. Give him 7 there on the tuck and run, and they're in better shape now for third.
Partner, just a second earlier, and they might have had him because they certainly thought they were going to close in and drop him behind the line of scrimmage, but he had just enough time to dodge the pressure, and he ends up getting yardage before being stopped.
They'll look to throw here.
Able to find the open man. That's complete.
And they finally get him down, but not before he reaches the 34. And now timeout is whistled as it appears there's a Brown shaken up on the play.
Well, hopefully, obviously nothing serious here. Medical staff, though, going to take a peek, and we'll take a break.
Now a play fake here on first down. And incomplete.
You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
And he's going to get 7 out of this before being taken down at the 27. This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on third down. Looking to throw. Shoves him aside. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. They get 6 on the pickup there as the drive will continue. Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. And they'll send the tight end in motion here. This is caught. And he will take it on in for a Bengals touchdown. A.J. Brown. His 3rd touchdown now on the year.
And the Bengals have cut it back within a score. So it took them a little while, Charles, but now they have their first points of the game, and they come here in this 3rd quarter.
And more often than not, Brandon, when that happens, you find yourself down 21, 28 points and not really with a lot of hope, but with that touchdown, they're right back in this game.
Extra point splits the uprights, and that'll cut it to 3 at 10-7. So this drive spans 7 plays.
And it's capped off by an A.J. Brown touchdown. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line.
Here's the Browns now. They get set for their first possession of the 3rd quarter.
But Charles, they still have the lead despite their defense giving up a touchdown on the previous possession. And even though they have that lead, it feels like a back-and-forth ball game where to try to get momentum back, maybe they need at least 3 here on this drive.
I think you're right about that, Brandon, because your game plan doesn't change. I do believe your urgency does because of the last score that went against your team. So what you want to do now is have your own drive and try and make sure that that momentum stays in your camp.
In motion, the tight end. 2nd and 3. He goes right back to Adams. That's complete. And he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. That'll go as a pickup of 32 on the catch and run.
When they've needed a play this year, he's certainly been the guy to deliver it. As this season has gone on, he's been awfully consistent and sometimes spectacular.
So they'll come up in Bengals territory now with a 1st and 10 at the 34.
Running straight ahead, Taylor. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or two shy of the 10. Last play went for over 30 yards. This one not quite as big, but still over 20. From down at the 12, it's 1st and 10. They'll look to throw. He'll get 3 yards on the scramble there at 2nd down.
Brandon, once that one broke down, there were only so many options left for him to take. Fortunately, only 1st down, so he smartly got the yardage he could get and didn't worry about trying to turn it into a bigger play and end up taking a bigger loss. Here, they hope they can regroup and get something different going here on 2nd down.
No gain there, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the 1st down. In motion left is Higgins. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. And he's going to be taken down, sacked back around the 18-yard line. It'll be a loss of 8 on the sack, and it's going to lead him to 4th down. They've been moving the ball well offensively, really getting into a groove. Last play, pass completion. Now, finally, the defense gets there.
And you have to find a way to disrupt their rhythm. Do you do it with coverage, or do you do it with pressure? They elected to go with pressure, and it was the right call.
So now the Browns will turn it over to their field goal unit here. From the right hash, it's a 35-yard attempt. And this one is right through. And the lead stretches to 6 here. It's 13-7. So 3 points, response there to that opening touchdown of this 3rd quarter.
And that's an important 3, both in terms of adding to your lead, but also in letting the other guys know you're not going to just come out in the 2nd half and take over.
And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. Now the Cincinnati offense ready to see what they can do here. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
He'll look to throw. And he'll slide to a halt here, still a little shy of the 1st down marker.
Partner was a definite passing down, but he was able to leak out and pick up some good yardage, even though the coverage was excellent. Maybe it's not exactly how they drew it up, but he still got a big chunk of yardage on 2nd down.
And they'll get him down at the 34, and he's going to be short of the 1st by a few yards. The screen does get him 9, but it also brings up a 4th down. The Bengals bring out their punter now as he'll come on to kick this one away. And he'll get this away into the icy winter air. Fielded just inside the 20. A 7-yard return following a punt of 45 yards. And the Browns will take over, 1st and 10. Ready to take over again on offense. Out comes Cleveland. And they're not going to play this conservative, I don't think. They had the field goal last time, and they're up, but they're looking to put a drive in the end zone.
Oh, I agree with you totally. No one goes out on the field and says, all right, let's just settle for 3, except in certain situations, trying to ice a game, that sort of deal. Most of the time, it's end zone, and that's what you're thinking, and I believe that's exactly what they're thinking as they begin this one.
Yeah, no quarterback ever goes out there saying, hey, let's get 3, right?
Not one that I've ever met.
And as they come to the line, they will not be able to get off another play as time has run out on this 3rd quarter. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. And we're back now here in Cleveland. It's the Browns football, and they've got the lead here as we start quarter number 4. In motion goes the tight end. On play action, they'll throw. And that one complete once again to Higgins. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a 1st down. First and 10, Taylor now. And he'll be brought down
just shy of the 45.
Dre Greenlaw in there on the tackle. From the 44-yard line, here's second down and 5. Again, it's Taylor. And he'll get maybe a couple, if that, up to the 46.
That's it. That's what you want. Straight ahead positive gain. Just keep that clock ticking.
In motion right goes Adams.
They'll go to the air here on 3rd and 2.
That is caught.
And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. Give him 30 yards there.
Running their plays over and over during the week can often get robotic for an offense, but on game day they can often flow smoothly, as that one just did.
So the big play gets him all the way down to the outskirts of the red zone here for 1st and 10. The play action fake. They'll look to throw. And it's caught on the deflection. And this is going to be a touchdown.
Well, he's regarded as one of the best athletes among NFL tight ends, Charles, and it certainly was on display right there.
And as we've seen this league continue to grow and develop, I think the tight end position is becoming harder and harder to defend because now it's elite athletes playing that position, not just the big guys who can block. How about his ability to get downfield and make plays against any defense?
The Browns will line up for the 2-point conversion.
They'll look to throw. Rolling to his right. So unable to throw it in for 2 from the 2. Let me ask you, as a former DB, what changes there around the goal line on a 2-point conversion as far as how you're defending it?
You just make sure you never back up and you never retreat. You establish yourself really on the line of scrimmage, put your heels on the goal line at worst, and if they're going to throw the ball, make them throw it over your head because they're going to run out of space because of the back of the end zone. Never let a guy catch one in front of you.
The Browns kicking team out there now as they'll send this one away.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. Cincinnati's offense coming back here onto the field. And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football.
The Bengals drive about to get going.
And you figure after giving up that last touchdown, they trail by 2 scores here in the 4th quarter. This drive becomes very critical.
They'll try and start this drive in the air. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And he'll go out near midfield at the 49. 19 yards there on the catch and run.
Good yardage on the completion there. And when they look at the scoreboard, they do understand a field goal is not going to do them any good. My guess, they're going to press the ball downfield as far as possible, try and throw it into the end zone and get a score because they know they've got to get that done and get the ball back as quickly as possible.
And down to the 20 he'll go before heading out of bounds.
Another big gain or 2 in succession as this one goes for 32.
And here's a spot where this offense says, we got to start making something happen. We're down 2 scores. It's the 4th quarter. We've got to start moving with some urgency. And here's a big play that gives them a ray of hope that they can get back in this one.
On 1st down, he'll drop to throw. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
We got a pause following the play because it appears a member of the Bengals in some discomfort. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment.
Up the middle, it's Williams. They do get a couple, but they'll be left staring at a 3rd and 8 coming up. Now they'll toss it out right to Williams. And he'll take this into the end zone for a Bengal TD.
Kyron Williams with his 4th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Bengals have made it a one-score game again here in the 4th. So how about that for an answer? They get the touchdown there, and it's back to a one-score game here in the 4th.
And that's what these guys have done all game long because they've scratched and slashed their way to stay in this game. And by now, we should all realize they're not going away. Now the pressure again swings to their defense because they're going to need to find some way to get the ball back.
Extra point right down the middle. And now things get a bit more interesting here in this 4th quarter.
And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27.
The Browns offense heading out as we take a look at the playoff picture in the AFC.
A CD after this game, there will be 4 weeks left in the regular season. So this is far from the final version of what we'll see come January, more of a first draft, if you will, as all these teams fight for a better position.
And you pointed it out so accurately there, Brandon. After this game, 4 weeks left in the regular season, and then the playoffs officially begin. But for some teams, trying to fight to make it to the playoffs, they're actually in a playoff push right now.
It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. That one a first down pickup of 8.
From the gun, it's Taylor. And he lost the football. Oh, one of the linebackers has got it. And they are going to set up shop at the 40-yard line.
Well, partner, here's where team football gets tested a little bit because I know the defensive guys were over there chilling on the sidelines, and all of a sudden, they heard the sudden change call because that fumble puts them right back on the field, and they've got to go out and finish the game now themselves.
Absolutely. Nursing that slim lead here in the 4th, a costly turnover. Cincinnati now ready to take the field.
And now before the ball changes hands, they're going to take a look at this just to make sure that they have it right. Now the question, was the knee in fact down before this ball comes loose? And is the video convincing enough to overturn it?
A lot of factors here. Remember, you also need clear possession of the football afterwards. This is a tough one to overturn.
So that one overturned. They say the knee was down, and that will not be ruled a fumble.
Adams the man in motion right.
Delay of game, offense.
That flag accepted, and it backs the offense up a little bit.
Still second down.
They'll set up a throw. He'll find Taylor. That's complete. And he'll get it out a couple yards shy of midfield at the 48.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends, because their ability to make people miss in the open field can really generate big plays for an offense.
Now that's to the left sideline and incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time. And he gets it away. A directional kick going toward the sideline. There, this punt will go out of bounds. I think it'll be inside the 25, and it will. Right at the 24-yard line is where they'll spot it.
The Bengals offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. This is 1st and 10. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes, and he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long.
I got the sense that the defense created a little momentum for him there, didn't it?
Did their job, forced the punt. Now, nice start to the drive. Offense has to do their part.
Yeah, they certainly do, but what a great start for them. They got to go thank the guys on D.
That one complete downfield to Kirk.
Now the Bengals going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Back to throw. And he slides and covers up at the end as he's going to be able to pick up decent yardage. The Bengals going to use the second of their timeouts as they'll get it with just over 90 seconds to go in the ball game.
They'll come up now on second down.
They'll look to throw. And he's got his man on the out route.
And he's going to get out of bounds with the first down. So an ideal set of circumstances there. They move the chains, and they save that final timeout.
He's back to throw.
Looking for the out route here, and it's completed to Kirk.
And he's got this inside the 10 to the 9 before he's out of bounds.
Here's second and a yard.
Back to throw. And he's got it.
And the Bengals are going to have a first and goal coming up as the tackle made at the 3-yard line. Here we go. First and goal.
Now whistles and a flag. And I believe a Bengal got going a little early there.
Offense.
From back at the 8 now after the false start. Another try at first and goal. He'll look to throw. And it's caught. And they get him down at the 1. He had the broken tackle, but ultimately could not get into the end zone.
I know sometimes we can get fooled when we watch him make catches, as we just saw him do there, because he really looks like a wide receiver the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, 230, 240 range.
Yeah, not super huge. Maybe not counted on to be that inline point-of-attack blocker that we used to have in the good old days. But you can flex him out. You can run wide receiver routes with him. You can make him a primary target, and that's how he'll shred a defense.
This crowd doing all they can. Here's third and goal.
They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. To the end zone, but it's incomplete.
With that incompletion, reality is staring them right in the face. This entire game is down to the next snap.
Here it is. Fourth and goal.
They run. It's Williams. He takes it across for the touchdown, and they've taken the lead late in the final minute of the fourth.
Wow. Wow.
CD, that was an all-or-nothing drive to win this football game, and they rose to the occasion to take the lead here in the waning moments.
And how about how they got it done? No timeouts left. They take it downfield, execute perfectly, and get it done. Now they don't leave their opponent with a heck of a lot of time on the clock.
So they're unable to stretch it to a 3-point lead. Now you got to be careful on the kickoff because a field goal obviously beats you.
Definitely, and that's why they went for 2. They wanted to make sure a field goal wouldn't beat them. Now they're in a position where they've got to cover well and make sure they don't get into range and put one through the posts.
The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away.
And able to get this out to the 25.
So now the Browns down 20-19. A little over 20 seconds to go. And they're in danger of a third straight loss as they come up on 1st and 10. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And he just gets rid of it. Throws it away. The wise move there. Looked like nobody open. Now 2nd down.
Another try. 2nd and 10 now.
They're going to look to throw.
Pass complete to Higgins.
Now the Browns will use the first of their 3 timeouts as they'll stop the clock with 12 seconds to go in the football game. And he'll just toss it away. So he throws it away, and that brings up 4th down. 4th down now, and defensively, Charles, you know, they're just asking this crew for one more stop.
And you know that they're feeling the momentum right now, but they have to be very careful not to get over-exuberant, overexcited, and blow an assignment and give up the big first down.
And it's going to be batted down, and we'll go the other way with a football. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and the Bengals are going to win this football game. And we will get a timeout with 2 ticks left. And they'll indeed take a knee. The Browns will quickly use their 3rd and final timeout. And as the 2 teams talk it over on their respective sidelines, we take a break. And they will take a knee here.
They knew how to quiet this rival stadium, Charles. I mean, not only did they get the win, but they get the win by taking the lead in the 4th quarter to hand their division opponent a big loss.
And they're elated, and they should be, because they did exactly that. Went to a rival's house and stunned them, and did it with a 4th quarter comeback. And every team in the league prides itself on controlling the 4th quarter. It's even more difficult when you don't do it at home against a division rival.
So for the Bengals, it's an important win for their playoff hopes as they move to 8-5, and they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for the Browns, it's going to all but eliminate them from the playoff picture as they fall to 5-8, and they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week.
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left to edit. It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And we've got the Giants, Burner at wide receiver. He should be one of his quarterback's best friends this week. It's the Giants and the Rams, and it's coming up next.
Well, the skies certainly aren't cooperating, Brock, but for a lot of those guys on the fields, this is perfect football weather. As we welcome you to another presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. Up in the booth alongside Brock Ewart, I'm Kate Scott, and we are grateful to be up here today because, well, it's been raining pretty heavily all day, and that's certainly going to make it challenging to operate if you're either one of these offensive groups.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, Kate. Now, hopefully you practice this week knowing some rain was in the forecast. Hopefully everybody on the sidelines, the umpire on the field, and all the footballs they will use today shuttling in and out, you can have that grip. And I'll also say this, keep an eye on the gloves. That technology helps these players in these environments more than certainly players.
The ball is teed up as rain continues to fall. And we're off from MetLife. Starting from the 5. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. So now come the Giants. Their first shot of the game coming up. And they'll be let out by their 3rd-year signal caller.
A bit of an uneventful outing individually last week, Kate. A touchdown and a pick for him, but the lasting memory, there's no question about it. Walking off that field with the loss, that stings. No doubt he feels he could have done more to prevent that result, so expect to see a motivated individual taking snaps here this week.
Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. We'll look at his numbers on the ground from last week here. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. Back-to-back carries here. And solid running there gets him forward to the 39-yard line. A 4-yard pickup, and they're just inches shy as we reach third down. Slot man motioned over. They give it to him again. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
You felt it the second this play bounced toward the outside, this defense responded. They pounced. That was their chance to get to him before he could get the couple inches he needed for a first down.
Fourth down punt upcoming, Brock, and here's Austin McNamara to put his leg into it. He punted a couple of times last week in their loss, and now gets this one away. And little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. For the Rams offense, getting out there for their opening drive of the game. Leading them out, a player known, yes, for that draft status, but also as a great methodical passer. I know you love this guy, Brock. The last pick of the 2022 draft, it's Brock Purdy.
There were times, I'll be honest with you, Kate, that I wish I played baseball. Because he had a bad outing, like this QB did last week, with no touchdowns, a couple interceptions. And baseball, he gets to play the next day, he gets to flush it right away. He's had to sit on it all week long, and you know he wants to rectify it here.
Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Working out of the gun, it's Purdy. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Shotgun snap for Purdy. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he's going to run for it. And he's tackled for a short gain.
You know, Kate, they always say that QB clock. You know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm. Especially in a situation like that, and it's a good thing you woke up to it. Able to make something out of nothing and at least keep them moving forward.
The Rams are set to punt. And he'll punt it away to end a disappointing opening drive. And he drives this into the pouring rain. And a sure-handed play there in the rain. He brings in the fair catch without a problem. No return on that punt. And it'll be Giants football. They're set up at the 35 now. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And somehow he manages to get back to the line of scrimmage before going down. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Pass play coming here. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted him. They wanted him in a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, but then go to work after.
They're trying an option play left side on first down. And he's across midfield into Rams territory. It's a 4-yard pickup, and that's going to bring up 2nd and 6. They put a receiver in motion here left. The give here on second. And he's brought down for a loss.
These edge defenders in the league today, Kate, they've got so much on their list to do. A huge to-do list. They got to get to the passer, they got to set an edge, and they got to stop that run game, not just on the end of the line, but in that case, right in the middle of the field.
He's got a man left. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. It's a pickup of 11. And it's good enough for a New York first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
First down, ball at the 36. Back to throw. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be second down. Man in motion, headed right. They'll run now on second down. And And he's going to fight his way down to the 35-yard line. Only a yard for him that time, so now 3rd and 9. Back to throw now. Got for big yards on the right side. And he's able to get this down to the 13. They managed 22 on the rip and a first down.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
Man in motion out of the slot. First down from the red zone. Dell's got it near the sideline.
I feel so bad. I really do. And I don't mean this sarcastically, Kate. I feel bad for these guys in coverage. I don't know how you defend some of these players today, because they get that drag route, they get one step inside of you, well, there's very little you can do other than make the tackle.
This one's caught. And he'll be taken down at the last possible moment. He's at the 1. 4 downs now to get in. Here's 1st and goal. They'll try and punch it in. He's in for the New York touchdown. The Giants take a 6-0 lead in the 1st quarter. So, Brock, this offense starting to find its rhythm a bit as they finish things with a touchdown there to give them the lead.
And the key word there that you said is finish, because you want to have that mindset, even early in the game, that field goals aren't going to cut it. So that's great work to make sure they finish with 6 points.
That one right down the middle. And the Giants will jump out to a 7-0 lead. The Giants ready to kick this one away, and off we go once more. Has this at the 6. And this will give them decent field position. The return gets out to the 30. The Rams headed back after their 2nd drive now. And they haven't gotten very far into their opening script yet, have they? Just a 3 and out to begin this game. 1st and 10 now from the 30. And the gun is Purdy. Quick slant taken in by Nakua. And he gets him around 6 there. Brought to a halt by C.J. Mosley. We're a quarter of the way through on this chilly winter afternoon. 7-0 is our score. We'll get back to East Rutherford after this. Time for the 2nd quarter of play. It's Rams football. They have it 2nd and 4. From the 36. Finds him over the middle. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And it brings up an LA first down. Blown back in the backfield, and he gets the handoff. And this is through the midfield stripe and onto the Giants side of the field. Call it 9 yards. Looked like a first for a moment. It's 2nd and 1. Back to throw. Here's Purdy. Short pass brought in. And he's marked down, looks like at the 32-yard line. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down. It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Purdy setting up that play action. Hits his running back. And he's able to take this one down to the 25.
When there's heat, that blitz coming off the snap, that QB's eyes, you could see it right away. He got to his check down in a hurry. But, Kate, here's the key. Quarterback and running back have to be on the same page. The two were right there, and it netted some positive yards.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
So for those of you keeping track, we get a solid completion for decent yardage on 1st, and then we go backwards on 2nd, Kate. I guess we got a quality rubber match right here on 3rd down. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Defenses love third downs and practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game or already out of hand, coaches know got to execute and convert on these third downs.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all this concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
And he manages the 35 before they can stop him. The Giants returning their offense and this running back to the field. And that last drive, no answer for what they were doing through the air, so expect some tighter coverage this time around. Shotgun snap, a gift to Tracy. And a short gain only as he gets up to the 37. Only 2 yards, and it brings up 2nd and 8.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 37-yard line.
They bring Sutton in motion left. 2nd and 8. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Looking to the air here. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
Awareness. Awareness is so critical of where those defenders are down the field to find that open receiver, but it's just as important, Kate, in the pocket. Having awareness of what's going on around you, the QB didn't, and the defense registers a sack.
Fields this at the 19. And he gets his offense in better field position here to start. Up close to the 30. That punt goes 63 yards. And the Rams will take possession. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Looking to throw, Purdy. Gets it to him on the screen. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line.
That is a textbook 1st down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Running for the marker on 2nd. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later. You know, Kate, my years in Indianapolis with Peyton, he loved to know the tendencies of a defense. In 3rd and short, more often than not, all across the league, you get man-to-man coverage. It really is a good time to throw. Unfortunately, couldn't execute that pass in a 4th down instead.
And the fair catch made here at the 15. We don't get a return out of that punt. And they're going to take over possession. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Option design here. They're working a couple yards past the line. That's Odafe Owe with a stop. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Trying to throw here out of the gun. This one is tipped away and incomplete. Good positioning to make a play on it. That forces 3rd down. Off the play fake, he'll throw. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of 4th down.
You're going to go play action, Kate. You've got to sell. If you don't convince that defense you're running it, or if it's a situation where you never run the ball, you really do leave your quarterback dead in the water, vulnerable against a defense who will storm right past that fake and right into that pocket.
Now the Rams will use the first of their timeouts. And they'll have 2 left to work with here in the 1st half. The Giants are set to punt. And after that drive went backwards, he's going to send this one forward. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. And he's brought down before the return gets far. A officially a 55-yard launch. And the Rams will be loving their field position they have to begin this drive. And 2:01 on the clock. This is going to take us inside the 2-minute warning. They'll run here on first down. And he has 7 on that run as we're down to the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 3 now. Play action now with Purdy. Complete out to the right side. And he's taken down at the 30. It's a pickup of 11. And the Rams are going to have a first down. Caught him across the line early there. That's an easy call for our officials.
Encroachment, defense.
He thought he had the timing down and could make the play, but just a hair too early.
Still first down.
Now talk about a golden opportunity at an immediate first down following that encroachment flag. Throwing quickly, but it's incomplete. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And that sets up 2nd and 5. Now it's Purdy. His pass caught by Nakua. And they have this well into the red zone now at the 15. They'll come up 1st and 10. Working inside the red zone. He brings it in. And they're going to get this down to the 4 before being stopped. Timeout taken by Los Angeles. It's 2nd. They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal. To throw again, it's Purdy. This time they're going to get there, and they drop it. And that sack going to cost them some yardage.
Well, now this is certainly going to make 2nd and goal considerably more difficult. He could have gotten rid of it to avoid the big loss. Give some credit here to the defense as well. That pressure was suffocating. It's going to make it a more difficult now 2nd and goal situation.
He finds him in the end zone for an LA touchdown. The Rams take the lead just before halftime. It's a Puka Nakua touchdown. It's plays like this that make him so well regarded across this league, Brock.
Yeah, such just a difference-making receiver, Kate.
Yep.
You expect him to be the target down here. You did, I did, the defenders did. What makes him a star is even when people know his number's being called, he still finds a way to deliver.
That one splits the uprights. And the Rams push their lead to 3. Well, Brock, barring the touchback, this kickoff should run out the half, so better make that return good as it's away. And it bounces out of the end zone, so they'll set up shop at the 30. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. Throwing it just before halftime. He puts some air under a deep throw to the left. And he's there to send that one away incomplete. That brings us to halftime with the visiting Rams out in front. Now down the coast we go to Orlando, Florida, in our studio there. Jonathan Coachman waiting by with the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started up at Lincoln Financial Field in Philly. And right now, this is a 13-point game as they come up on halftime. Terry McLaurin, a touchdown catch in that first half. Next, we head off to check out another game. And they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. Lastly, we head to Gillette Stadium in Foxborough to check on the Patriots. As you can see the score there in the second quarter. Patrick Mahomes has thrown a touchdown pass. This one's been as good as advertised. Just a field goal separating these two teams. This was a very level first half, and I'd expect to see more of the same after the break.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Starting at the 10. Oh, he's showing some burst on this return. Tackle made as the return gets it out to the 32. The Rams ready to get things started on offense to begin the third. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the second half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every first down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up. You know, I often say there is a fine line between aggressiveness and carelessness. And when you throw in a double coverage, well, it can go either way. That time, a tremendous catch by his receiver on the other end.
Catch is made down the right sideline. And he'll go out of bounds after a pickup inside the opposing 40. A big play, 23 yards to move those chains.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
This is hauled in by Myers. And they get this down to the 28.
I really like the timing of that screen call to the perimeter. Get the ball in space to operate. It turns into a nice game.
From the 28. Jump off caught by his back. The end result there, 15 yards and a first.
Okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. I've seen it once, I've seen it 100 times. Next week on the practice field, this running back's going to say, see, I'm not just a running back. I can play receiver. And you receivers, you couldn't do my job. I just showed you I could do yours.
And he'll be taken down at the last possible moment. He's at the 1. This offense in position now. It's first and goal. Purdy looking to throw. And he has the Los Angeles touchdown. The Rams grow the lead coming out of halftime. Right on the edge of the goal line for first and goal. And I don't know about you, partner, but that surprised me that they just threw it in. No attempts at running it.
Yeah, I think it is so hard for these defenders. You got to be so keyed in and physically, you know you've got to stop that run first. So a first down pass play can, it certainly was effective.
Cardi with the extra point. And the Rams make it a 10-point ball game. Cardi has it all teed up and ready to send it away. To return this, Marcus Jones. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. New York taking over once again. The offense heading out. Their work really cut out for him now, partner, to follow up that touchdown and get things back to a one-score game. Hand off now out of the gun. And it's going to be about a 3-yard pickup in the end. Chopping that play, Trenton Simpson. Second down now, 7 to go.
Brings up second and 7 at the 31-yard line.
Fakes the handoff, now to throw. Brought in by Jake Ferguson. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. We've set it down, score him at the 38. To throw it on first down. As a man, that's Cortland Sutton. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Motioning one of the tight ends. From the 46. Completed over the middle. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I'm sure Coach, the play caller, doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away, and that makes it 2nd down. They'll throw it again. Dell with the grab. Decent gain here, but short of the first. 3rd and just 2 to go. From the gun, it's Tracy. He's got the first and more inside the 25. And he's finally taken down at the 16-yard line. They managed 22 on the rip and a first down.
You know, it is so refreshing for these running backs when they have space to run. It's hard. There's so many collisions between the tackles. When they get on the edge and have green grass, well, the best of them take advantage of it.
They have themselves another 1st and 10. Complete out to the right. And the defense waiting for him at the line, and he goes down. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here.
At the Rams' 15-yard line.
They'll run it from the gun. And they'll pick up a little down to the 12-yard line. A gain of about 3, so a third of what they needed. 3rd and 6 coming up. They bring a tight end in motion right. They'll throw on 3rd and long. This one's caught. And they bring him down at the 7-yard line.
Here we go. Here's one of those game situations that just puts a smile on my face because I can think from Pop Warner to the NFL, everybody on the field thinking the same thing. Can we go for it? Can we get one more shot as you end up just short on that 3rd down? That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team was out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
Fielded at the 7. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Rams headed back out on offense as we get another look at Brock Purdy. And as we see some of the highlights from their showing, his work a big part of why they're in front right now. Having a nice, solid game as their offensive leader. I think we can say he's had a firm grip on the wheel and has really driven them to this advantage. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Purdy setting up that play action. Finds a seam down the middle. And he's officially in enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49. It's a 24-yard gash, and it gives them the first down. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. On 1st down, they'll run. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Give him 4 yards on the run, and we're at the end of our 3rd quarter. This is the end of the 3rd quarter. It's Rams ball. We'll see if they can hang on to this lead till the end. Second and 6 coming up here. Now he'll throw off the play fake. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete.
Well, QB put it pretty close to the sideline to begin with, and the defender, again, just put his hand right out there. It just encouraged it to fall out of bounds.
He's there to knock away the pass and force it 4th down.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react, read and react? You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away.
Hunter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And it's still largely a rough outline, Brock. Not a finalized picture just yet, but our playoffs are starting to take shape. They've got 1st down from the 31. Blown back to the backfield, and they give it to him. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. 2 on the pickup there, and it's going to be 2nd and 8. The tight end going in motion right. From the 33 on 2nd down. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up.
3rd down and 8 yards to go.
One of the tight ends in motion left. They're going to throw it Vacates quickly left side. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stops.
Tick, 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 tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape, and good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing and at least move them forward.
On now comes their punter. Austin McNamara will kick this away. And he drives this one into the pouring rain. Begins his return at the 16. And the coverage team is there as he fields it, so almost nothing on that return before he stopped. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. Thrown back gets the handoff. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few. He got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Another carry for him. And he's brought down. They'll spot this one right at the 20. Give him 4 yards on the carry. Gets him some yards back, but still 3rd and 9 upcoming. Working out of the gun, it's Purdy. He's on the move. He'll make a big for it on the ground. And he's able to get it to the 21 as he goes down.
Just not much to do right there, whether he wanted to run it or throw it. Even if he scraped a positive gain out of it, that's still a win for this defense.
The Rams are set to punt. Matt Ariza, the one to send it away. And he sends this away, definitely his best kick of the game thus far. Goes for the fair catch, and he's got it at the 34-yard line. So no return on that punt. And it's going to be their football coming up. Good starting field position for the Giants as they head up, 1st and 10. Now they'll throw out of the gun. Has him on the quick hitter. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Give him 4 that time, so 6 to go on 2nd down. From the 47. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he takes it just inside the 40, down to the 39. Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. They'll throw it. Dumps it off to his running back. And he's out of bounds, just short of the 30.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. With 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
Handoff on 2nd and short. And he's going nowhere there. Add that to what's been a tough afternoon for him. Nothing gained or lost on that run, and now it's 3rd and 3. Looking to throw. He's caught along the sideline, and he gets the feet down. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity. Man, did he make an impact play.
They can decide to play for the tie or win later. First, they've got to reach that end zone. It's 1st and goal. Working inside the red zone. Chased out to his... This time they're going to get there, and they drop it. And the pressure drives them backwards.
You know, we do enough of these games, Kate, and I am a big fan of creativity. And the QBs today are some of the best to ever do it. That's a situation where you got to know on 1st down, It's not time to be creative, especially if you feel the heat coming defensively. Just find a way to throw that sucker in the first row.
And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up third down. He's back to throw. Connection made to Dell. And he's able to get this down to the 13. So we're down to the 2-minute warning here from New York. Giants down by 7. 3 plays haven't gotten it done. Now a 4th to try to reach that end zone. Throw is caught by the back. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. He can't find the end zone. They stop him, and they'll still trail as they turn it over on downs.
You know, these 4th down plays are all about trust. You lean into what you do best. Unfortunately, with the lack of execution, you're going to throw that one off the playlist.
Possession switching back to the LA offense as they head out. That defensive stand might have been the final effort needed to seal away the victory, Brock, but can't quite take off the pads just yet. Offense has to finish this one out.
Yeah, a few things here, Kate, to keep in mind, right? You got to slow the game down as a quarterback. Take every second off the clock. If you're handling the ball, you guard it with your life, and you make sure your defense doesn't come on the field again. They just did their job. Now you got to do yours.
Back to the well again. And this one does not go far. Timeout called, and that's going to be the 2nd for New York. Defense with an excellent opportunity at a stop here on 3rd down. Setting up to pass. Throw left side, complete. And this one gets up to the 14-yard line before he stopped. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. Here's the one back on the handoff. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. 1st down play, nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5. They give it to him again. And he's brought down after a short gain. Give him 3 yards. That's going to bring up 3rd and 2. Setting up for the kneel down on 3rd. They drop to a knee, and what little time we have left here is going to tick down.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So it's the Rams who take this one on the road. And even fighting that dreaded body clock with the West Coast trip, they played their game, and they're taking this victory back east with them. So for my partner, Brock Heward, and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott, saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. The Rams are winners as we say so long from New York.
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the It's the NFL on EA Sports, and we'll be watching the Patriots' superstar wide receiver. He rises when it matters most, and he comes in third in the NFL in touchdown receptions. It's the Pats and the Vikings, and it kicks off next on Madden NFL 25.
The kicker, Will Reichard, has the ball on the tee. And off we go from Foxborough. Now, here comes a return from the 9. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The New England offense getting ready to go to work here. And there is the guy at the top of the game, Patrick Mahomes, their quarterback.
He's coming off one of those games, Mike, where he just wasn't good enough. I mean, he wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. He was good at times. He just wasn't good enough times. And I think when you're playing the quarterback position and all of the focus is on you, your play has such a direct correlation between wins and losses that when you don't play your best, the magnifying glass is on you. So he needs to bounce back this week. He needs to be more productive in the passing game, generate more big plays, and then eliminate the turnovers. He cannot continue to throw the ball to the other team.
Mahomes looking to throw on second down. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. 2nd and 11. Play fake. Now it's Mahomes. Now he'll run it. And he slides and covers up at the end, avoids the hit, and picked up decent yardage along the way. Here comes 3rd and 6. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. He's got his man down the field. It is a big completion. And he will score. Touchdown, New England. It's his 3rd touchdown on the year. Terrific way to start this one, Greg, on the opening drive. Getting the ball in the air, down the field, and into the end zone for 6.
We wondered all week, Mike, if this secondary would get tested, especially as the game progressed. Well, we didn't have to wait very long. I mean, a big play early, and we got ourselves a 6-0 ball game.
The extra point is up and through. And the Patriots will take a 7-0 lead. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Now return coming from the 7. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. Here's the Minnesota offense taking the field for the first time. They'll be led out by the quarterback now in his 4th NFL campaign.
I think when you go back and watch the film for last week, Mike, he played fairly well for the most part. Now, are there some things to clean up? Absolutely. Some of his footwork, both inside and outside the pocket, still has a long way to go. The occasional errant throw or just thinking, hey, I've got a big arm, I'm going to fit this ball in the window. Some of that stuff needs to get cleaned up, but overall, not bad. But what matters the most in wins and losses, and he just wasn't the difference maker his team needed when they needed him the most.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Hill looks to throw. Off-balance throw. It's complete. Still going. And he will go all the way. Touchdown, Minnesota. Using the tight end to get to the end zone. Greg, it's your old position. You're very familiar with that. That catch and carry. What an ability for your tight end to take it to the house.
Yeah, and this was never really the strength of my game, Mike, but we're seeing so many tight ends around the league who not only are great at securing the catch and making the tough ones, but it's their ability to extend the play after the catch that's separating them, just like we saw here.
Reichard, good with the extra point. And the Vikings come right back to tie it at 7. Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. A safe kick taken at the 5. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. The Pates offense and the wideout getting set to go once more. And he has been a big play guy all season. Currently ranked among the best in the NFL in terms of receiving touchdowns. The drive begins with a run, and it's Hall. Trying to tiptoe around the defenders there. He'll wind up with a gain of 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Now, Mahomes. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Throwing from the gun. Here's Patrick. He'll try to run for it. Give him 11 on the scramble. And give them a new set of downs.
And here's a great example of why the pass rush on 3rd down, that it's critical it gets home. In this case, they're not able to get to the quarterback. He has extra time to not only escape the pocket, but to turn into a runner and pick up the 1st down.
They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Here's a 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6 at the 48-yard line.
Off the play fake. Mahomes. Thrown into a sea of bodies, but it's complete. And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
You can see this connection is just starting really to pick up. They're seeing the game through the same set of eyes, and that is the job of the receiver. What is my quarterback expecting from me? Where does he want me? Be there on time, and it leads to big gains like this.
Play action here. Mahomes. Here's a shot toward the end zone.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on 1st down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the 1st down here? Or is the idea to just make 3rd down manageable and take your chances picking up a key 3rd down?
3rd and 3.
On 3rd down, Mahomes. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a 1st down. To the air once more, it's Mahomes. That is caught short of the end zone. Hunter Henry. Touchdown, Patriots. What a big play, a little unscripted there. Greg, that That is what tight ends do so well. Hey, you lived it. What are you thinking when the quarterback's on the move out of the pocket?
Scramble drill is the most difficult play to defend down here in the red zone, Mike. It stresses the coverage so much. When you snap your head around of your designed route and you see your quarterback has gotten moved off his spot, now it's just scramble rules. Stay in phase. Work friendly in the same direction as the quarterback. And if you're open, stay open.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. This taken in at the 8-yard line. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. The Vikings offense ready for their second possession. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a first down. They're going to motion the tight end over here. Pressure gets there, and down he goes.
And I think after that last sack, we're going to see a little bit of a change in strategy by the offensive coordinator. He decided to go empty. There's no one in the backfield to help with the offensive line, pick up blitzes, and even if you have some opportunities downfield, you got to protect the quarterback first.
Work to do now as they come up on second and long. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. This one's going to be taken in over the middle. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
Those are the explosive pass plays that this team is going to continue to mine all day. And you can see pre-snap, the quarterback loved his matchup. He allowed his receiver to work downfield. Perfect throw, and now sets them up to try to see if they can finish this drive off with some points.
They'll come up here, first and 10. Now, faking the give. The throw here is complete. And they'll take this down inside the 35. Back to throw. He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up second down. Tight end going in motion here. Back to the air once more on second down. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down. They'll put Addison in motion. Off the play. Oh, they're on him with a grab, and he's lost the football. And it's recovered by one of his teammates. We are through one. The Patriots out on top. And we're back to Foxborough in a moment. On fourth down, it's Will Reichert time for this Viking field goal. This officially a 58-yard attempt. Reichert's kick is good. And the Vikings are back within 4 at 14-10.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
A good return as he takes it across the 30. The Patriots offense. And Patrick Mahomes coming out for their next drive. And he has done everything you could ask of him coming into this one. Spread it around, hasn't taken many chances, and potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football. We're going to start this drive on the ground. It's Hall. Lots of space past the 45. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. How about 25 yards to start the drive? First down. To To throw is Mahomes. He's got his big tight end, Henry.
Recognizing the blitz is just the first step in the process for a quarterback, understanding who you can account for with the protection and then who you can't account for. That's where your hot receiver comes in. He points to his receiver, who the defender they're hot off of. That guy comes, gets the ball out of his hand, and results in a completion.
That's deep for the back of the end zone. That ball incomplete. Got the hands in there to break it up. Could have been a big gainer. Instead, it sets up a third down. They'll try to run for it with Hall. A gain there of 10 yards. First down, New England.
In today's game, Mike, we're so used to seeing everyone go for quarterback sneak in this situation. 3rd and inches, just let your quarterback kind of barrel forward and get a fresh set of downs. But a nice change up here, giving the ball to your back. Not only does he pick up the first down, but he gets plenty of yards.
And he will score. Touchdown, New England.
We're seeing this so much all across the NFL, Mike, is the value placed on a receiver being able to turn into a runner after they're able to secure the catch. And sometimes it's easier said than done. If you want to survive in this league as a wide receiver, you have to be able to make plays like this after the catch. And great job there by the quarterback being accurate, and great job by the receiver running after he makes the catch.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This taken at the 5. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Vikings offense ready to take over possession of the football. They look to make some inroads here. They're down 21-10 in this one as they come up on a first down. That ball flutters to the ground. It's incomplete. Fortunate there wasn't a defender right there in the area. Could have been a turnover. Instead, it brings up second down. On play action, he'll set up to throw. Quick throw, taken in. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there. It's not the big play they were hoping for, but first down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable second down.
They'll look to throw again. Short pass taken in by the tight end. He had their lone touchdown of the game earlier, and he comes through with the catch and a first down in this spot.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
That's catch 3 just on this drive. And it gets his team a first down.
There's this misconception out there, Mike, that in the NFL you have to run the same amount of run plays as you do pass plays. And as you're seeing in this drive, you can fall on one side of that coin a little bit more as long as you're able to remain effective and efficient. So far, their passing game has dominated here early, and that last pickup leads to a first down.
He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a first down.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, it makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
And that's going to wind up uncatchable out of the back of the end zone. It's incomplete. Two incomplete passes now lead to this third down and goal. He'll look to throw. They'll be forced to just blow that one away. It's incomplete.
They went for it all on that one and just a little bit off. Ball winds up hitting the ground. They've got to move forward. The opportunities are out there. Better execution, better location, and we got some big plays in their future.
3 for 3 in the game, as this one is also good. And the Vikings are able to get it back within a score.
Yeah, he does a nice job handling that kick there, but I think offensively, you come back to the sideline and you're thinking, we have to find a way to finish these drives. I mean, to be in first and goal and settle for 3, that can be very deflating for an offense settling for too many field goals.
The Patriots offense and their wide receiver getting ready to get back to work. The advantage is 8. We'll see if they can make this a 2-score game on this drive. First down and 10. They go play action with Mahomes. Now he takes off. Can't ask for much more. 22 yards on the first play of the drive.
The challenge of defending a dual-threat quarterback in the NFL, Mike, is that you just don't see them week in and week out, maybe like you do in college. So in this case, you defend everything perfectly downfield, but it's hard to account for a quarterback who can run. He escapes the pressure, tucks it down himself, and he picks up a big gain.
They'll work now on 2nd and 4. It's the tight end Henry in motion. Mahomes now to throw on 2nd down. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a first down after a gain of 7. 2 minutes remaining here in this first half. We're back to Foxborough after this. From the 35, it's 1st and 10. Out of the gun, here's Mahomes. This is caught down that right sideline. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots. That's his 2nd touchdown of the game. He's doubled his season output. He now has 4. And that is number 2. Greg, he is off to some kind of start in this one. 2 quarters and 2 receiving touchdowns.
Mike, this is one of those situations where as a defensive coordinator, you've got to give your group an answer. Because right now, they don't have one for this guy.
The kickoff team is out on the field. And we're back to it as the kick's away. This one taken at the 7. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Vikings offense ready to take over once more. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with first down. Back to throw here to begin the drive. Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. Now they'll set up to throw. Going right sideline and complete. And he will score. Touchdown, Vikings. Will Riker down, on for the extra point. He knocks it through. And the Vikings are back within 1 score. It is an 8-point game. Riker out now, following the touchdown, as he kicks this one away. This returnable from the 4. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Patriots offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. He's had things all his way in the first half. Those numbers are sensational. He looks to add to them with another drive here. On first down, it's Mahomes. Throwing over the middle, this one is complete. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. We'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. From the shotgun, it's Mahomes. That's into traffic, but taken in. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. Throwing from the gun. Here's Patrick. He's got his man on the in route. Yes, taken in over the middle. A big half continues. Already 2 touchdowns on the score sheet. And here, this grab gets him a first down.
And now you can see they're really getting in rhythm in this 2-minute drive. Now, after that last completion, Mike, they cross midfield. Now the mindset goes to, all right, we got to come away with some points. They've got a quarterback who's in complete control, and they got to see if they can finish this thing off.
19 more on that one, and another first down.
You find yourself in these 2-minute drills, Mike. They're pretty critical moments in the game. They go a long way to deciding the outcome, so it makes a lot of sense. You start looking for your top target, and he comes through for him now.
And he takes it down to the 15-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. Mahomes now to throw again. Hauled in by the tight end, Henry. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. The Pats going to stop it here. They'll use their 3rd and final timeout as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in half number 1. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. To the air once more. It's Mahomes. That's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete.
You have to come down with those opportunities. You're not going to get your hands on the ball very often as a defensive player. And when you do, let alone in the end zone, those are plays you just have to make.
And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. Gerard Mayo's made the decision, and he'll send out the field goal team. He'll bang that one through. It's good. And the Pats can tack on 3 more, extending the lead here late in the first half.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well. You're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Here's a ball thrown deep, right sideline. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered. And that is how this first half will come to an end.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started up at Lincoln Financial Field in Philly. And that one at the half, 20-7 is the score. Terry McLaurin, a touchdown catch in that first half. From there, we're off to check out another game. And they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. Lastly, let's get you to Charlotte, North Carolina. Check on the Panthers at home at Bank of America Stadium. And they were winners in that one over the visiting Pittsburgh Steelers. Bryce Young, sharp in the victory, as his guys get back within a game of 500. We were treated to an excellent first half from the gunslinger, Patrick Mahomes. He had it going right away. 2 touchdown passes in the first quarter, 2 more in the second. 4 touchdown passes all told. And he's likely not done yet.
as we get back underway here on EA Sports. A return now from the 4. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The visitors' offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. There's that man again, another catch.
So the hope is when you call these underneath drag routes, you're trying to have your tight end come out the backside of the defense in space. So when you put the ball on him early, it leads to big yards after the catch. In this case, they don't get the real big play they were hoping for, but they'll definitely take it.
And he'll be near the 1st down marker. It's called a gain of 3, but a short yardage situation coming up on 3rd down. He'll drop to throw. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. He's going to have the 1st down, so they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
When you decide to throw the ball on 3rd and 1, typically, Mike, what you're doing is you start from the top down. If you have the big shot downfield, take it. If not, the quarterback works through his progression, finds the medium target, picks up the 1st down.
1st and 10. Putting the tight end in motion. They'll look to throw here on 1st down. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. Back to throw. This one complete right side. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
These curl routes, he's been running these routes since he was a young kid in Pop Warner football, and I like to call it pulling the string. You've got the defender thinking you're going downfield, you stick that foot in the ground, work back to the quarterback, friendly to the ball, and really nice job picking up the 1st down.
Here's 2nd and 6. Flags go in. Looks like there was movement on the right side of the
start,
O-line.
offense.
Get this out wide. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain. A tough spot here. 3rd and long. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Gotta give a lot of credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was plenty of time for the quarterback to work through his progression. I thought the protection was actually pretty solid. But at the end of it, there was just nowhere to go, and he had no choice but to just throw that ball away.
3 for 3 in the game, as this one is also good. And the Vikings are able to get it back within a score.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The home team's offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And he's been as good as advertised. Take you through some of the highlights. 4 touchdown passes on point with his receivers right throughout and continuing to master running and executing this offense. 1st down throw, Mahomes. Throw across his body is complete. Inside the 20. And he will take this one in. 72 yards. Touchdown, New England. And he continues to remain on fire. That is a rare NFL day. 5 touchdown passes thrown.
And, Mike, at this point, the defense just looks completely lost out there. I mean, they have no answers whatsoever, giving up the 5th touchdown pass of this ball game.
Both teams ready to go once more. as the kick's away. He fields it at the 8. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. Out comes the Minnesota offensive unit as they get set to take over. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw. Now he'll run.
Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, when he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to rally to the football and hold them to just a short game.
Trying to set up the screen, but he just had to spike that one. This will be incomplete. 3rd down and 9. They'll look to throw. He's got his man. Right side. It's complete. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Now here's Aaron Jones. And he finds some space, tackled after a gain of 7 on 1st down. 2nd down and 3. On the bootleg, he'll look to throw. His throw left side is complete. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line.
Anytime you're facing a zone defense, you're working from your first progression all the way through. But when guys are open in this level, Mike, they don't stay open very long. So what they taught us as receivers, if you're open, stay open. And if you're not open, you better get open quick because that ball is coming out.
Now a toss play, running left. And the struggles continue. He's dropped behind the line again.
I'd like to see that running back be a little bit more decisive with his cut, Mike. You can see he was a little hesitant, and once you're late making that decision, you just kind of get strong laterally. Great job there by the defense, and he has no choice but to take that loss.
He'll get about 3, and that's going to lead to 3rd down. They come to the line needing 11 here on 3rd down. He'll look to throw. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. Searching for some kind of seed to go forward. It's not there. They get him behind the line. 4th down coming up. So they send in Will Riker for this field goal try. Another one through the uprights. He's 4 for 4 on the game. And the Vikings will cut into that lead.
And when you find yourself down double digits, you don't want to make habit of settling for these field goals. It does allow them to chip away a little bit and cut into this deficit, but they've got to find a way to score touchdowns.
And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The home team's offense and their big play wideout getting set for their next possession. And you see the numbers for him into this 3rd quarter. They just pop off the screen. He has been open and electric throughout. On 1st and 10, it's Mahomes. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. So, no shortage of offense in this one as we end the 3rd. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Second down and 8. Play action here. Mahomes. Now a ball deep, middle of the field. And they are not going to catch up to him. He will score. 72 yards. Touchdown, New England. His big game continues. His 3rd touchdown of this one. Numbers 11, 12, and 13 on the year. The extra point, up and good. And the Pats will open it up even further here in this fourth quarter. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. This taken in at the 8-yard line. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. The visitors' offense about ready to take over once more. Things not looking good. But see if we get the turnaround going here. They'll start this drive with first down. Back to throw here to begin the drive. To the right side here, pass is caught. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. So they come to the line for first down and 10. Now give on the ground. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe he gets a yard out of that one. It's second down. Now they'll set up to throw. Who else? Another catch for his favorite target. That's a pair of hookups on this drive. This one goes for 14 yards and a first down. Off he goes. A great job of knowing when to go. He gets 17 yards on that run and a first down. They send the tight end in motion. There he goes again. And he'll be taken down.
This has been a great drive, and mostly at the hands of the man with the ball there. He thought about pulling the trigger on that one, thought better of it, decides to take off with his legs, and now he's going to have first and goal.
And that time, the pressure, too much. He'll go down.
Feels like they needed that sack this entire drive. It feels like the defense was really on their heels. The offense was taking it to them really however they wanted to. So to be able to take a deep breath now, disrupt the rhythm of the drive by getting that sack, that might go a long way now.
And he's in. Aaron Jones. Touchdown, Minnesota. Well, Greg, the light's still on way down at the end of the tunnel here. They are climbing back into this one with that touchdown here in the fourth quarter.
And they have a tall task ahead of them, Mike, but they have a chance. I mean, we've seen stranger things happen. They got a two-possession game here late. They're going to need a couple stops, and they're going to need a couple things to bounce their way.
Reichert out now, following the touchdown, as he kicks this one away. He fields it at the 8. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The home team's offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes, generally one step ahead of the defense all game long. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. Mahomes looking to throw on second down. And he does a nice job to avoid the initial wave. They're going to get him down behind the line.
Up until this point, this pass rush has been pretty non-existent, so a pretty good time in the game to get their first sack. They're trying to get off the field and give the ball back to their offense and see if they can pull off this comeback.
They'll set up the screen to Hall. He'll get out of bounds, a gain of 8, and that's going to be good enough for a first down.
At this point in the game, Mike, it really starts coming down to the number of possessions. So that's a huge first down conversion. Fresh set of downs. Now, the balance is stay aggressive and maintain the ball, but also start working this clock.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. A run here with Hall. And he surges forward for a gain of about 5. with Hall. Hall, a first down and more. And he's going to be brought down, but not until he gets inside the 35. So, 2 minutes to play here in the second half. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. On first down, they go right back to Hall. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. They'll go again with Hall. And he'll get 2 on this one before being taken down. And now at 152, the defense will pull the plug there as they take a timeout. On second down, a run with Hall. He'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. The Vikings go ahead and use their final timeout. Talk things over before third down. Give up the middle with Hall. Looking for room out on the edge. You're not going to find it. As a matter of fact, I think they tracked him down behind the line of scrimmage. Good job by the defense, and it's fourth down.
You have to wonder if next time, does the play caller give his quarterback some options to check out of this play? It was clear before the ball was snapped. This was not a great look for that play call, and you can see the end result.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Patriots will add to their lead here in the fourth quarter.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. This offense and their wide receiver heading back onto the field. Here's first and 10. They'll drop to throw. Throwing right. It's taken in. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. This one is caught. And he'll be out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. That is 2 big pickups to start the drive. 32 on the latest. To the air now on first and 10. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. But at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
What about this crowd getting even louder before third and 10? That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's fourth down. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it will fall to the ground. It's incomplete. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee.
choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left. It's week 14 of the NFL, and all eyes are on the Jaguars' sure-handed tight end. He's going to be a busy man in the passing game. It's the Jaguars and the Cowboys, and it's coming up next on Madden NFL 25.
Thank you to Trey Mosley for the introduction. We are indeed excited to welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. We thank you for having us in. Mike Tirico, Greg Olsen, 3 months in the books. Partner, now it's December. It's the best month of the NFL season because the games get more important as the weather gets a little bit cold.
And this is where you find out who the real teams are and who the pretenders are. You find yourself not only in the playoff conversation, but can you now play good enough ball down the stretch to not only be in the conversation, but actually find yourself in the postseason.
So pleased to have you along. This should be a good one. We're set, and off we go here on EA Sports. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. So that Cowboy offense takes the field, ready to go to work for the first time. Number 1 overall pick in 2016 leads him out, Greg. It's quarterback Jared Goff.
I think when you go back and watch last week's game, Mike, I think 2 things were at play. Number 1, let's give credit to the defense. I think they did a nice job of identifying some of the easy layups we've seen this quarterback hit from a week-to-week basis. They took it away. They made him go to his second, third check down through his progression. And then secondly, when the play did line up, when they did get the look they wanted, he just missed a lot of throws. So they know they cannot afford another pedestrian performance out of him this week. If he can play to the standard we've seen in weeks past, they can have a better chance of having a better result.
Replays in and a test. It's 3rd and 2. From the gun, it's Goff. They try and get there on the ground. Give him 11 on the scramble and give them a new set of down.
Great job here by the quarterback on 3rd and short, knowing that if nothing's there downfield, he can pick this up with his legs. And not only is he able to pick up the first down, he gets a whole lot more than that.
And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
This is how you draw up your opening possession when you're on the road. The longer the drive goes, the quieter the crowd gets. Continue to mix in that run game. Let's see if they can finish off by putting this ball in the end zone.
Gets it away quickly, and it's caught. Quick throw on the RPO, caught by Coleman out wide.
The timing of these RPO concepts, that's the entire key. Remember, Mike, in the college game, they get a 3-yard window that they're allowed to be downfield even on a forward pass. That's not the rule in the NFL. These decisions have to be made quickly. If not, even after a good pickup, you could be coming back due to a flag.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Out of the shotgun. It's gone. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up 3rd down. We'll go play action with Goff. That is going to be hauled in. He's got it. Keon Coleman. Touchdown, Cowboys. That's his 8th touchdown of the season. And, Greg, that is the way you love to start one of those games. Get off the bus, get on the field, get in the end zone. The road team with the first 6 of this one.
And you can just see, Mike, it takes a lot of the air out of the stadium. And this crowd, they're fired up, start of the game, trying to make their presence felt. And the opposing team goes all the way down for an opening drive touchdown. That's an ideal way to start when you find yourself on the road.
7-0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. This taken in at the 8-yard line. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Jacksonville offense ready to show work for the first time. They are led by the former Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, Jaden Daniels.
You know, what's funny about the NFL, Mike, is you expect to come out and have your A game each and every week. And certainly that's ideal, but can you win when you don't have your best stuff? And I think that's what we saw from this quarterback last week. The best thing he did was just continue to battle, continue to make just enough plays, even though he had some struggles. The biggest thing, he continues to improve. What a confidence boost for this entire team, knowing that even if their quarterback doesn't have his best stuff, they can still play winning football.
Motion man is Rice. Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. I think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often, so that might be his first target. I don't think it's going to be his last.
2nd and 7. The air again is Daniels. Quick throw out wide. It's caught. And that's a 1st down. It will be a gain of 8. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. They'll try to get the running game going. His first carry. Yards are hard to come by there. We'll work it down to the 37-yard line. Here's 2nd and 9. In motion comes Thomas. Throwing on 2nd down. Daniels. Got him in. That's Rasheed Rice. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They got him inside the 15.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
They can still get a 1st down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. He pulls it in around the 5. He is in. Rashee Rice. Touchdown, Jaguars.
And what a response by this offense. It's not easy taking the field, Mike, for the first time in the game, and you find yourself already down to score. They watch their opponent kind of march down the field and score in the opening possession, and they're able now to go out and square it on up. Allows you to take a deep breath, maybe get a little confidence for your defense to go out and get a stop, and they come over with this extra point. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. Very good kickoff. Returnable from the 4. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. The Cowboys offense ready to get going with their second possession. We'll try to break out of this deadlock. We are all even at 7 as they start this drive, 1st and 10. Here's Goff. The pressure, too much, and he goes down. Max Crosby, motor always running, gets there for the sack.
The best thing they did here, Mike, is keep their rush lane integrity. What that means is you have to rush the quarterback as a unit. Keep him in the pocket. Keep him on that X. And when you do, man, he becomes a sitting duck for this pass rush.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. To throw is Goff. This one complete right side.
This pitch and catch may have looked routine, but I promise you, Mike, these types of anticipatory throws, especially outside the numbers, they don't occur without countless reps, oftentimes when nobody's even watching.
He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. A pickup of 12 yards. That's good for a Dallas 1st down. So a big 3rd down hookup takes us to the break. Pair of 7s on the scoreboard. We'll have more from Jacksonville after this. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. On play action, Goff. Nowhere to get away, and he's going to go down. Trayvon Walker, the former 1st overall pick, in there for the sack.
The offense goes from feeling really good about the previous play with a real nice pickup to then on the ensuing play ending up going the complete opposite direction. Really nice job here by the defense immediately getting back on track. And what do the coaches say? Just play the next play. And that's exactly what they did.
They'll run on 2nd down. And that won't get a whole lot. Maybe a yard. That's it. 3rd and long. Goff. He'll get this out to the left flat. Forget about it. They're going to lose more yardage there. Good job by the defense, and it's 4th down. So the drive ends, and on comes Jordan Stout to kick it away. A fair catch called for and made just beyond their own 15. The Jags offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. They'll work in a tie game here in the 2nd quarter and get started with 1st and 10. The drive will start on the ground. He's able to get away from one man, but the reinforcements were there fast. He's taken down for a loss on the play. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Throwing now, Daniel. Working the right side, taken in by Rice. Inside the 40. And he's going to take this all the way to the house. 84 yards. Touchdown, Jacksonville. Jacksonville.
Holding offense.
Oh, as costly as they come. The holding call wipes away what would have been a long touchdown. Daniels to throw on second down. That's caught over the middle by Thomas. That will make third down a little more manageable. Good yardage gained on that one. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. Open man, left side, he's got it. That's his first reception of the ballgame, and it really comes at a good time as they get the conversion on third down.
He's in a really nice rhythm here on third down. He appears very comfortable operating out of the gun, and he's able to find his man near the sideline, and he's able to extend this drive.
A handoff as they try to run it here. Can he get away? No! He's taken down behind the line. Good job by the defense with a negative play.
How often do we see linebackers be so fast trying to track down the ball carrier that they end up actually overrunning the play and allowing the running back to cut back, but not this guy. Does a great job staying in phase, stretching this ball out sideways, and he brings them down for a loss.
Here's 3rd and 2. Third and 2. Here's Daniels. He's got his man. Right side. It's complete. He's going to have the first down. So they convert on third down with a pickup of 9. Handoff here. Up the middle. Room to run. Inside the 40. He'll wind up getting this all the way down to the Jags' 23-yard line. A big play for Jacksonville. 32 yards.
There's a combination of footwork and vision, his ability to kind of weave through traffic and understand where the holes were. It's a really nice job working through some bodies and picking up a big gain.
To throw is Daniels on 1st and 10. And this will be incomplete.
I can sit up here all day, Mike, and we can talk about the missed throw, but I think a lot of the credit has to go to the pass defense. Not only did they do a good job making it difficult for them to complete the pass.
And he's in. A little shook here. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
You know, Mike, at this level, not all touchdowns are created equal. There's some plays that result in touchdowns, and then there are touchdown strikes. And this one is the latter. I mean, you talk about a confidently thrown ball on the money downfield. It doesn't get a lot better than this, and his receiver is able to take it in for 6.
Here's Cam Little for the PAT. His kick is good. And the Jaguars will move out to a 14-7 lead. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Now return coming from the 7. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. So now here are the Cowboys. Their offense ready to make their way back onto the field. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for 1st and 10. To throw is gone. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. 2 minutes to go here till halftime. Back with more from Jacksonville after this timeout. Throwing on 2nd down. Goff. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. Here's 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Goff. The pressure gets there, and down he goes. A sack. Now the Cowboys will take a timeout, and they'll get together prior to the 2nd down play.
Outside of a turnover, this was probably the worst-case scenario. Immediate pressure in his face with nowhere to go with the ball downfield. Just get the ball out of your hand. Live to play another down. Instead, he retreats backwards and leads to a massive loss. After that first down sack, I think we both kind of looked at each other and said, all right, well, there goes this drive. But a really nice job there in the passing game on second down. That big chunk brings them from second and long to now at least third and manageable.
That's over the middle and taken in. He's got it.
When you put plays like this on tape, it sends a message to every defender across the league. When you play this offense and this guy has the ball, you better bring it when you come to contact him, because if not, you're going to be on the wrong end. These are the play calls, Mike, that offensive coordinators use to just get their quarterback and their passing game into some sort of rhythm. Easy pitch and catch, get the ball out of his hand, see a completion. These typically, as the game goes on, lead to bigger and bigger gains.
And he's going to have the first down as he gets out of bounds, and he stopped the clock as well. Throwing, Goff. He'll let this go. Towards the end zone. Deontay Banks right there with the good coverage to knock it away. We'll try again here. Second and 10. Back to the air. It's Goff. The sideline. He's got Coleman.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect. Here in the first half, we've seen nothing but connections from these two guys. I mean, they've come out completely on fire, so the defense finally gets a stop, and really the first time we've seen these guys be a little bit off.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Cowboys are back within 4 at 14-10.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you have to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time, how are we going to be able to finish these drives and convert for 6 the next time we get down there?
The Jaguars offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. Philippe sits at 4, so he'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with first and 10. And they're going to mark him down up past the 35.
We've really seen both teams have a lot of success moving the ball throughout this entire first half, and just seems this possession is going to be more of the same as they start this drive.
He's got a man downfield. It's Shaquille. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll begin our tour out at Nissan Stadium in Nashville, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Davis Mills leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. From there, let's get to Philadelphia as we check on the Eagles at home at Lincoln Financial Field. And at the half, they trail the visiting Washington Commanders. Terry McLaurin, a touchdown catch in that first half. Lastly, let's get you to Charlotte, North Carolina. Check on the Panthers at home at Bank of America Stadium. And they were winners in that one over the visiting Pittsburgh Steelers. Bryce Young, sharp in the victory, as his guys get back within a game of 500. We were treated to a fine performance in the first half from the Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels. His 2 touchdown passes helped pave the way for his guys to take this lead into the intermission. The second half, straight ahead. Time to get back to it. And for the call, let's rejoin Mike Tirico and Greg Olsen.
Coach Banks, this one's still anyone's game. We'll see who can come out with a hot hand in this second half. About to get started. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. So now, out comes the offense led by their quarterback as they take over once again. And we run you through the highlights here. It has been a very big performance from the quarterback position. Instrumental in leading and executing, and now trying to finish strong and take his team to the finish line. In motion, Shakir. Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. That's taken in by Shakir. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. To throw is Daniels. He's hit after the catch, and the ball comes free. And this is taken in by the defense.
Mike, we hear that term run after catch so often, and sometimes people miss that there's kind of a middle phase. There's the catch, but before it turns into a run, you have to secure the ball as a ball carrier, right? It needs to be put away, properly held, points of pressure, front tip up, against your body. All of that is kind of taken for granted. Catching it is just step one. You've got to secure the ball before you become a runner.
1st and 10. Now a give up the middle. Not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. On 2nd down, Goff. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one. Like, he really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, the defense was all over him. He really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap.
He's got it! And will move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
They're at the 17-yard line now for 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, it's Goff. And it's called in at the 5. And the Cowboys are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. To throw is Goff. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
That's one he'd love to have back. An opportunity to score 6 was right there for the taking. Just wasn't quite meant to be.
To the end zone there, but it is incomplete. Now Mike McCarthy not happy with that call, and he has thrown
Previous
the
play
challenge
is under
flag.
review.
They're looking both at the feet to see if 2 were down, but also whether or not he had full possession of the football when those feet were down. So that challenge, a successful one. Aubrey, good with the extra point. Cowboys move out to a 3-point edge, 17-14. Back out is Brandon Aubrey. At the field goal a moment ago, and now he'll send this one away. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The offense headed back out, captained, of course, by their quarterback. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. And he's brought down after a gain of a couple. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. In motion, Shakir. On 2nd down, it's Daniels. To the left side in the hands of Rice. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier. And that catch gets him a first down.
Doing a nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself on your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Now Daniel. In trouble, and he's going to be taken down.
And I like the idea of moving the pocket. It makes it harder for the defense to rush the passer, but you have to account for the end man on the line of scrimmage, and that guy's job is to set an edge. Nobody gets outside of me. In this case, the quarterback. You've got to be better protecting your edges anytime you put your quarterback on the move.
They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd and 14.
From the shotgun on 3rd down, Daniel. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. And he is out of bounds, but not until he's inside the 40-yard line. The defense blows a chance to get off the field as the offense converts 3rd and 14. 1st and 10 now from the 36. From the shotgun, it's Daniel. Oh, in trouble. Down he goes.
This is a great example of the game within the game. They're making what they call Mike declaration, and that's what sets the responsibilities of all the protectors. And in this case, the Mike was the one who came. He's unblocked, and he's able to get home.
Gonna fire. Deep ball for Rice. And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10.
And this offense is now really on the move, Mike, and it's the passing game that's leading the way. They've been able to march their way downfield thanks to this aerial attack, so don't expect them to go to the ground game anytime soon. If I'm this play caller, I'm continuing to lead on this, not only in this drive, but probably for the rest of this game.
Now a chance to pay off that big play. They have it 1st and goal. Down to the goal line. No signal. Is he in? They'll say it did not break the play, but a real solid gain on 1st and goal. They'll try to run this one in. And he'll just get up inside those big bodies up front, and he's in. Touchdown, Jaguars. Good drive. They kept the ball. Greg, they moved it effectively down the field and finish it off on the ground for the touchdown.
So often, Mike, we see teams work on a great drive to get down here close, only to settle for a field goal. But in this case, give them a lot of credit. They put a great drive together, but they're able to capitalize and finish it off with 6.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. He fields it at the 8. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Cowboys offense headed back to take over once more. Trail by 4, a touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
At this level, you just would expect a little bit better execution and accuracy on those intermediate throws. I think he had an opportunity there for a nice pickup. Off target, off rhythm, ends up getting away from it.
And he'll bring this across the 30-yard line. It's a pickup of 4. 3rd and 6. Goff to throw. And on 3rd down, that ball incomplete.
So the hope is your 1/3 down conversion from really jump-starting a possession that ultimately leads in points. But after that 3rd down incompletion, kind of throws a wrench into those plans.
And he'll get forward a few yards On the return. And that's where the offense will take over. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10. Tight end, the motion man to the right. On 1st and 10, here's Daniels. Throwing it right into the hands of his running back. And he's going to be marked down up around the 33.
Anytime you have a running back like this, it's more about just how many ways can you get the ball in his hand. He's had a great game today so far on the ground. Now they're starting to find ways to get him the ball through the air, and that is a handful for any defense. A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front.
Throwing on 2nd down, Daniel. That one pinballs around, but it is incomplete.
And up until this point, this has been an incredibly efficient game from this quarterback. I mean, it's hard to think. Here we are in the second half, and that's only his 2nd incomplete pass. So finally, the defense is able to do something to disrupt his timing and finally try to get him out of this groove.
He's got his man. It's complete to Thomas. A gain there of 16 yards. 1st down, Jacksonville.
So far here today, putting points on the board certainly hasn't been a problem, and plays like that are why. Think about it, Mike. Sometimes you just have to take what the defense gives you and not force something that's not there, and that mid-range pass results in a fresh set of downs.
So, 3 quarters have come and gone. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Set to go now on 1st and 10. In motion, Shakir. Keep it in the air. Here's Daniels. Around the left side. It's caught. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super concerned. Just hand off right, hand off left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
Throwing again. Daniel gets it away quickly, and it's caught. And they'll get about 8 out of that one, but still a little work to do now on 3rd down. Third and 2. Here's Daniels. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. So now, a big spot coming here. This to stretch the lead to a touchdown. And this one, right down the middle. It's good. A big 3 points as they extend their 4th quarter lead. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Here comes a return from the 3. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. The Cowboys offense ready to come back out for this next possession. And look, they've been out of sorts throughout, Greg. They haven't had any answer for this pass rush all game.
Yeah, and it's really showing up in the sacks and also just in their ability to prevent any yards, any completions. This has just been a dominant pass defense performance here, and everything starts with the rush. The quarterback's uncomfortable. The clock gets sped up. He's got guys in his face. It's a lot easier to play defensive back than in some of these coverage units when you know that ball's got to come out fast. And right now, they're teeing off and taking advantage of it.
Going back in the backfield. He'll get the carry here. And he proves tough to bring down. Good running across midfield. A gain of 8 that time. They'll stick with him again. And he's got it. First down. A pickup of 4.
This is a situation that play callers love to be in, Mike. They have all their options on the table. Second and short, play action pass, you can run. In this case, they choose to keep it on the ground.
And they're going to get to him and take him down, take him back to the other side of midfield.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get to the backfield and bring him down.
A second down throw for Goff. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down. From the gun, it's Goff. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. He's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
That's going to be out of bounds. Well judged and spotted right at the 10-yard line. The Jaguars offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been successful. Just processes things so quickly, making the right read seemingly every time.
At this stage in the fourth quarter, great job by the defense, understanding exactly what the offense is trying to do. They're trying to bleed the clock, shorten the game. They completely sold out to stop the run, able to take them down for a loss.
And he's going to be taken down back at the 2-yard line.
Big-time opportune sack there by the defense. Mike, they're right on the cusp of field goal range. You can't allow this to become a 2-possession ball game here in the fourth quarter. Massive third down coming up here. See if they can get off the field and get the ball back to their offense. The defense is willing to just give up that run every single time. I mean, they're going to leave guys as far back as they can to protect the sticks. And in this case, flow to the ball, make an open field tackle, get off the field.
So, fourth down, they'll hand it over to A.J. Cole to punt it as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a fourth quarter lead. Will be returned from the other side of midfield, and he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. The Cowboys offense ready to see what they can do. They'll start with great field position right at midfield with a first down. In middle, he's got to complete to Coleman. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. They come up for second and 2. So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. Here's second down. They'll drop to throw. Quick throw out wide. It's caught. And he's out of bounds with the first down. So they get a new set of downs. And just as important, they stop the clock. Throwing here is Goff. As he threw it, the pass is incomplete.
All right, so this is why you get paid the big bucks. These are the possessions as a quarterback you need to deliver for your team. Everybody talks about 2 minutes. Everybody drills it every single week. But when it comes down to this moment in the game, your quarterback needs to be on point. And after that first down incompletion, it just makes things that much harder.
What about this crowd getting even louder before third and 10? the pistol. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
They desperately needed that one, Mike. Down here late, they've only got a few remaining snaps to go, and it puts all of the pressure of the game now on fourth down. Let's see what play call they have in a gotta-have-it situation. And right now, this quarterback needs to make his best throw in the biggest moment of the game.
And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10. First and goal. They'll keep it on the ground. Down to the 4. It'll be second and goal. Now this is going to be a design run. They let him keep it. And this one's blown up. It's back at the 5-yard line now.
And you can tell pretty quickly, Mike, that once the quarterback started chopping his feet, that there was nowhere for him to go. Great job by the defense, not only reading quarterback run, but getting him down.
Oh, the pressure too much. He goes down. That's a timeout for Dallas. It's their second. Clock to stop with 21 seconds to go in the game.
It's not always how many sacks, Mike, but it's when do you get your sacks. And now after that third down sack, it brings up fourth down. If you're this offense, it's do or die. If you can score, you got a chance to tie it. If not, this one looks all over.
And that is incomplete. And another chance. He took it there. Look, they're trailing late. Gotta let it fly. This will wind up a turnover on down. Victory formation, defense powerless to stop. And that should just about do it. Second and 11. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. The Jaguars are the winners here at home as we say so long from Jacksonville.
Choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the It's week 14 of the National Football League, and we'll see the Bears' versatile running back. He'll be a focal point of his offense this week. It's the Bears and the Packers, and it comes your way next.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to one of our favorite spots, venerable Soldier Field in Chicago. With Charles Davis, as always, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you talk about storylines in this one. I think it begins and ends with our two quarterbacks, certainly two of the best in the business.
And nowadays, I don't think you can get by for long periods of time without a top-flight quarterback. The way the game is played, with all the responsibility he has and how the game flows through him, if he's not on the top of his game, your team's not going to benefit at all.
Three-quarters of the NFL season are complete. What lurks in our final month? We're underway in Week 14.
And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26.
So here comes the Packers offense now onto the field. And leading them out there, we get a look at their 6'3 quarterback.
I tell you what, when he is on schedule for that week, secondaries take notice because you've got to stay alert back there on every snap. A truly powerful arm, one that's capable of challenging any level of the defense on any given play. That's why so many scouts preach arm talent when preparing for the NFL draft. A quarterback with arm strength to make every throw in the book, he's an asset to have in any offense.
And he gets this one just shy of the 40, down at the 39. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10.
First carry for DeAndre Swift. He'll work his way up the middle for a gain of about 4. Second down. You look at this Bears defense.
They're currently 21st, Charles, in the NFL against the run.
And the focus now is making sure that they're hitting on all cylinders as they head into the playoffs. And that means they've got to stop the run better. Because playoff football often means running football. So they've got to be prepared for that.
In search of 4 yards here to pick up the first down.
Back to throw here.
Pass to the sideline and pulled in.
And he'll be out just a yard or 2 shy of the 30. That's good for a first down, his second catch of the opening drive.
And this is an offense that's near the bottom of the league in rushing, so defensively coming in, you've got to know you're going to see the ball in the air a lot. And that time, it's a completion and a first down on this open.
Plenty of shouts from this crowd as they watch the replay. They want a challenge, and they're going to get one. Did he keep those feet in bounds? That's the question they've got to decide. And I got to say, watching it in real time, it was awfully close.
Yeah, it certainly looked like a heck of a catch because he didn't appear to bobble it, which could complicate things. But even with the benefit of replay, that's pretty tight.
Well, here's the call. So the challenge there does not go their way. This will indeed remain a completed pass. That one complete to Leggett.
And he'll go out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. He's been a one-man wrecking crew these last couple of plays. This time 18 more and a first down. He'll look to throw. Looking end zone, but it's incomplete.
And we're going to see this offense try and spread the field a little bit and utilize the outside third of the field, especially against man coverage. But that time, the defense was up to the task, forcing the incompletion.
That is caught inside the 5.
And the Packers are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as the tackle made at the 3-yard line. 1st and goal, a chance for an early statement here on the road.
Back to throw again.
He'll find Swift out of the backfield.
Touchdown!
DeAndre Swift.
His 9th touchdown of the season.
And the Packers will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon.
Now, this is a crew, they've come out flat their last 2 games, both losses, but just judging by the energy level, they look different here early, and that touchdown shows how.
Yeah, it seems to me that touchdown gets them off the treadmill. Because, you know, you've been on the treadmill. I've seen you work out. You go forever and ever, and it tells you you've gone somewhere, but you really have. You're in the same spot. They've exchanged it. for an escalator. Still got some hills to climb, but they can get there.
These are good analogies. I run outside sometimes, though. You know, get some fresh air, a little sun on your face.
A little wind in there.
Yeah, that's right.
And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return.
So here are the Bears now for their opening drive. They will be led out by the Heisman Trophy winner from 2018, drafted #1 overall the subsequent year, Kyler Murray.
You talk about the pause that refreshes. I think it's come at a perfect time of the year for them, hasn't it? You know, the season is starting to wind down, got a little bit of a break. But how about the guy calling the signals? He's got to be excited about that because now he didn't just get a game plan for 1 week. He's able to work on it for 2 weeks. I can't wait to see if they have anything special in store for him today.
Ball on the 35. Here comes 2nd and 5.
On play action, it's Murray. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. On 3rd down, they're going to run for it here. Yeah, this is only going to be a gain of 2. He needed 3. It's 4th and 1. An ideal start defensively. They already have the touchdown. Now they get the stop.
Just like they drew it up on the chalkboard. Does that sound dated? Right? Am I out of touch a little bit?
It's all right.
All right, grease board, heck, computer, exactly what you want, though. Score on your first drive, stop them on the first drive defensively.
And he'll get this away into the icy winter air. And a fair catch called for and made at the 12-yard line.
The Packers offense, led by their running back, headed out for the 2nd possession. And he's been a huge factor in the passing game all season long. His numbers reflect that. Currently leads all NFL running backs in receiving yards.
The Packer offense ready to get their next drive underway.
They'll try and set up the screen to Swift.
And able to get it here to about the 16-yard line. Only 3 there on the screen at 2nd down. They'll send the tight end in motion.
They will run straight ahead with Swift.
And he's taken down, but not before he gets this across the 25-yard line. Give him 10 there, good enough for a Packer first down.
They'll stay on the ground with Swift.
And he sneaks his way forward only for a couple here. 2nd down. Now we're going to get a stoppage. Appears to be an injured Bear on the field.
While they come out and take a look at him, we will step aside for just a moment. Here's a 2nd and 8.
They'll look to throw.
That's taken in, Dontavian Wicks.
And all the way down to the 22-yard line. It's a big play there for Green Bay. 49 yards.
They made that way too easy for them. No one is supposed to be that open against an NFL defense. Once he caught the ball, there wasn't anybody close enough to stop him. And he was able to continue downfield after making the catch.
So the big play gets him all the way down to the outskirts of the red zone here for 1st and 10. They'll look to throw here. And a quick throw here, that's complete. And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down.
2nd down and a yard.
Slot man moves right.
And they'll fake it there on the jet sweep, and instead, here's Swift. And the Packers are going to have a 1st and goal as he's inside the 10, down to the 7-yard line.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent gain.
Now back to throw. Toward the pylon, caught. And it's a Packers touchdown. A 7-yard touchdown grab.
And the Packers lead this now 13-0 here in the opening quarter of the ball game. Well, this has been a flawless start for them. They score, they get the stop, and they score again, Charles.
Complimentary football at its finest. You just mentioned how they got it done. They scored. The defense got the ball back for them. They score again. That's the way you win ball games.
Point after, right down the middle. And that'll make the score 14-0. So the Packer kickoff team set to go as they will kick this one away.
And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25.
The Bears offense making their way out as we give you a look at the playoff race in the NFC. And I tell you, 4 weeks still to go, and everything is wide open, and it's fun.
And I know we always talk about, well, if the playoffs were to begin today, and then we kind of go, okay, but they're not. Let's see how it plays out. Wouldn't it be fun to play with this playoff lineup right now? Because to me, just about anyone can win this whole thing out of this grouping we currently have. And by the time we get there, it may look entirely different.
He'll get only 3 there, so it leaves him with a 3rd and 7 ahead. From the gun, Murray. Escaping the pressure right. And they're able to get this one across the 35. Give him 10 that time, escaping the danger, running with it, and picking up a first down. 14-0 the score. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Back in Chicago, ready for the second quarter. It's the Bears in possession. So from the 36 now, 1st and 10. As they've got it as we resume action. And he puts his head down and gets up to the 42 for a gain of about 6.
From the 42-yard line, here's a 2nd down and 4.
And now Murray's going to set up the throw. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And taking it across midfield and just shy of the 40. 18 yards on his first catch of the game. It's a first down.
And a nice job by the two of them to not only connect on the pitch and the catch, but to carry over their practice work to the game field. They saw the adjustment by the defense, made an adjustment themselves, and picked up the first down.
So into Packer territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 41. To throw is Murray.
Open man down the field. That's a Dunze.
And down to the 20 he'll go before heading out of bounds. Chewing up big yardage. Another.
Matt LaFleur loudly voicing his objections to that previous call. He's going to throw out the red challenge flag. Did he keep those feet in bounds? That's the question they've got to decide. And I got to say, watching it in real time, it was awfully close.
Yeah, it certainly looked like a heck of a catch because he didn't appear to bobble it, which could complicate things. But even with the benefit of replay, that's pretty tight.
Well, here's the call. So not successful there on the challenge, and he'll have to be careful from here on out because he'll only have 1 challenge remaining.
Yeah, that's good for a gain of 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
Nice rhythm throw there on 1st down. He located his tight end, made it a nice, easy pitch and catch.
Hoping he can break a tackle or two. Wasn't able to do that there, but still good yardage. And he is in. Touchdown, Chicago. A great effort there.
With his 4th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Bears are back within a score.
Well, they ran the toss, trusting he had the speed to get to the edge, and he did.
And there really wasn't any doubt about that because the scouting report told you this guy could flat out run. When you give him a little bit of space and a chance to get there, he usually does.
Santos with the extra point, and that'll make our score 14-7. So that drive goes 8 plays, and it was finished by the touchdown run from the 15. Now, after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away.
And out a little across the 25 to the 27. Their quarterback leading this offense back out. He's got 2 touchdown passes on his first 2 drives, and he'll try again here on drive 3.
They'll try and start this drive in the air.
He gets that one complete to Wicks.
His 2nd catch, this one not quite as dynamic as his first, and it's 2nd down. Looking to throw.
Got a man. That's Liggett.
And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds.
Here now, 3rd and a yard.
They'll send a receiver in motion to the left.
And they're going to give it to him on the jet sweep. And he is going to have a Packers first down as they're able to convert on 3rd and short yardage with a gain of 4. Well, we've seen running backs in today's NFL get involved in the passing game. Maybe it's about time more receivers like that get involved in the running game.
And that is something we are seeing more and more in this league, no question about it. That wasn't the biggest of gains, but it was enough to get them a first down. And it continues to test the defense. They have to think on every play about who might end up with the ball.
Still first down.
So a 1st and 5 now after the 5-yard penalty from the neutral zone infraction.
Swift going to try up the middle.
And he'll get it into enemy territory just across midfield at the 49. At 5 yards on the play there as the drive will continue. Back to throw now on 1st down.
Throw out wide is incomplete.
Offense was moving it a little bit, had them back on their heels, but they earn a brief pause by forcing the incompletion. That gives them a quick chance to regroup and try and mount a stand before they're backed up even further.
That one complete to Liggett.
They get 6. That'll leave them with 3rd and 4.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before you get a good head of steam going.
And he's going to have the first down, yardage to the 35. 9 yards on the pickup there, and it keeps the drive alive.
As an unbiased observer, I think it would have been interesting to see what they would have done if they hadn't gotten the first down there. But since they did, I guess the point is moot.
Yeah, they were right there in that middle ground, field goal range, punt, go for it. But as you said, they picked it up. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. And he's going to take it in. Touchdown, Packers.
DeAndre Swift.
His 10th touchdown of the season, 2nd of the game.
And the Packers go up by 2 touchdowns. Well, just a sensational start for this offense, Charles. 3 drives, 3 passing touchdowns.
Is that like mentioning a perfect game in baseball, or are we cool to do it here in football, partner?
No, I think you can do it here in football. I think perfect game in baseball, that's its own category.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Could not imagine a worse start for that secondary. Or let's face it, a better one for this offense. No chance they stop passing now the way that it's going. I think they're going to continue to press the ball downfield and hopefully reap the same results.
So the Packer kickoff team set to go as they will kick this one away.
And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. The Bears offense and Kyler Murray headed back out onto the field. And his numbers this year have been eye-popping in a lot of categories. In one area that stands out, he's the NFL leader in rushing touchdowns by a quarterback here in the latter part of the season.
At the line, prepping for their next drive, the Bears offense.
And they enter play here in this one on a 2-game win streak, plus they come off the open week as well. So this is a team that has a lot of things working in their favor.
Oh, it certainly is, and let's face it, this team is playing so well. The worry now is that after a few extra days off, they'll be sluggish coming into this game. So I've heard that he spent more time in practice working what they call good versus good, starting offense versus starting defense. They want a fast start in this next game.
Another nice gain. That's now 30 yards between those last 2 plays.
Well, these guys have definitely been outplayed in the first half, but I like their countenance. I like the way that they haven't panicked out there, the way they're carrying themselves. They're starting to move the ball, and what you have to do, maintain your poise and start to put together some drives.
Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on first down. Shotgun now from Murray. Going to throw right side here, complete. And they're able to get this one past the 30 down to the 25. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down. got movement. I think this is against the Bears here. Let's find out.
False start. Offense.
A false start backs him up 5. 1st and 15. Murray now to throw. Being chased out left. The improv on the scramble there gets him 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
They made a nice effort to stick him with a loss for that play, but it's going to take more than that to keep him from advancing the ball. Should be an entertaining battle anytime he tucks and runs over the second half of this contest.
And he was able to shed 1 tackle but could not get away from there. They'll come up now 3rd and 3.
To throw, it's Murray.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
Now the Bears going to use the second of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in this first half of action. Now Murray. And they go the wrong way on this one. Losing yardage back at the 12. Now the Bears will use their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward.
Toward the pylon, but it's incomplete.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense because their coverage has been playing at a shutdown level so far. Even backed up late, they're forcing incompletions and fighting to keep them out of the end zone as the first half winds down.
A throw left sideline falls incomplete.
Green Bay up to the task there in coverage and forcing a 4th down.
Well, it's been a tough go for them. These guys have been driving down the field, but defensively, once they got their backs to the goal line, turned up the pressure, that's going to lead to a 4th down. Well played.
Santos' kick is up and through, and that will do it for this first half. So we have reached halftime here in an 11-point contest. As we send you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman has our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We'll get started up at Lincoln Financial Field in Philly. And right now, this is a 13-point game as they come up on halftime. Terry McLaurin, a touchdown catch in that first half. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. Lastly, let's get you to Charlotte, North Carolina. Check on the Panthers at home at Bank of America Stadium. And they were winners in that one over the visiting Pittsburgh Steelers. Bryce Young, sharp in the victory as his guys get back within a game of 500. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, but we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side could play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
Oh, a good return up past the 30.
And able to break this out all the way to the 38-yard line. Great return. And the Bears offense set to go to begin the 3rd quarter. Well, the first half, they struggled a little bit to keep pace offensively, CD, down 2 scores here. So how do they make some changes coming out of the locker room?
Well, they've studied what they did in the first half. They've seen what the defense has thrown at them. Now they want to have a plan of attack against it. So you come out, you're not going to get all the points back on one drive, but get started on it. Start chopping into that lead, and maybe it'll inspire your defense to help out as well. And this is what they're going to need more of. It's the 3rd quarter. You're trailing. You've got to come out with a renewed sense of purpose, and that's a nice way to kick off the drive with good yardage and a first down.
Here's Murray. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down.
From the 38 now, here's 2nd down and 2. From the gun, he'll hand this off. And he's able to work his way down inside the red zone to the 19-yard line. 64 yards rushing now on 8 carries for him so far. So here's a 1st and 10 now down inside the 20.
Throwing now is Murray. It's Knox, the tight end, making the catch. call it a gain of 3 on the play, and it'll be second down.
Now they show jet sweep, but instead a run up the middle here.
And he'll get about 3 as he's taken down at the 14-yard line.
3rd and 5.
Murray going to throw. Over the middle, it's complete.
And the Bears are going to have 1st and goal as they try to finish off this drive with 6 points.
They bring pressure there on 3rd down, but this is a nice job of picking it up and making sure their guy has time to deliver the football. And they wind up getting the 1st down.
They'll try and run for it on 1st and goal. And he's brought down right at the 5-yard line. Give him 2 on the play. And the ball smack dab on the 5-yard line. Here's 2nd and goal. Murray now. Steps away to his left. And he'll be brought down here at the 3-yard line. It's just a gain of a couple there on the scramble, and now it's 3rd down. Here's Murray as he sets to throw it. Dancing to his left. And he's able to get it down to the 2-yard line. Only able to get back a yard for his efforts, and that leads us to 4th down. They're going for it. It's Murray. And he takes this one in for a Bears touchdown. Cole Kmet, a 2-yard touchdown grab.
And the Bears' decision to go for it pays off with 6 points.
Big 4th down conversion for the score and the defense. That is a tough pill to swallow.
Big time for them. How about them just deciding to go for it on 4th down? And, okay, forget the field goal, because that looked like an easy 3 points. Yeah, you might have had a defensive breakdown in there, but they pressed the issue and found a way to get it into the end zone. Give them big credit for that.
Well, I guess the coach looked at the 2-point cheat sheet, said go for it, get it to a 3-point game, and they did it.
Yeah, and sometimes you just throw out time of game. You don't worry about that. There's just a feel sometimes in making that call, and he felt good about what he had for a 2-point conversion, and now they're only down 3 and feeling great about themselves.
Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. Well, now how about this return?
And good starting field position. He'll get this one all the way up to about the 35-yard line. The Packers offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. About set to get this drive started, the Green Bay offense at the line. And maybe some renewed pressure on this unit following the touchdown a moment ago. It's back to a 1-score game.
And because of that pressure, because it's now a 1-score game, they know this is where you need to slow the momentum change, because otherwise that could overrun your team. You've got to be careful right here.
From the gun, here's Swift.
And nowhere to run on the interior of that defensive line. He'll get back only to the line of scrimmage.
Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first.
Off the play fake, he'll look to throw.
That is caught.
And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. Well, they only needed a small gain on 3rd down. They end up getting over 30 yards.
Well, as my dad would say sometimes, I'm just scratching my head here trying to figure out what was going on there defensively. How did you lose him in the middle of the field? If you're going to lose a receiver, make sure it's someone on the short side of things, not deep downfield, that can hurt your defense.
They go play action here on 1st down. He's got a man. It's his fullback. It'll be a gain of 5, and that's going to bring up 2nd down.
Man, I just love being in this stadium. So much history, tradition, so many great teams and games, and we're seeing a pretty good one right now. Hotly contested in the third quarter.
2nd and 5. He's going to flip that out to the flat. It's complete. And he'll go down here at the 12-yard line. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a first down. Again, he'll drop to throw. His pass caught at the 4. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. From the 3, 2nd and a yard. Well, they'll run it here on the jet sweep. And he'll take this one in for a Packer touchdown. A 3-yard touchdown run.
And the Packers are able to extend their lead in the final seconds of this third quarter.
That seemed pretty ideal there for the offense, Charles. You take a little bit of time off the clock here in the third quarter, decent length drive, and you pad your lead as well at the end of it.
And what it does is let you feel like you're in control of this game, even more so than a 2-touchdown lead, right? Because you have taken that time off, as you noted, which means they couldn't get you off the field. You ran your playbook the way you wanted to, and you gave your defense some rest. What a big-time drive in that situation.
And he will be taken down here on the return on what will wind up being the final play of this third quarter. We have played 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now at Soldier Field. It's Bears football, but they trail on the scoreboard as we get set to bring you the fourth quarter. The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive.
And you figure after giving up that last touchdown, they trail by 2 scores here in the fourth quarter. This drive becomes very critical. Oh, not sure he saw the linebacker there as that's batted down and incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10. Here's Murray.
Throwing right, and that's complete. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds.
That one covers 24 yards. It's a first down. You cannot write these guys off just yet, not with a quarterback like that under center.
You mean it actually crossed your mind with him running the team that you could actually maybe write this game off?
Not yet.
Not a chance. Not with him. We've seen it too many times.
They'll look to throw here on first down. He's going to leave this for his running back. It's complete. No gain on the play, and that'll make it 2nd down.
Throwing again, Murray. Over the middle, and that's caught by Kmet.
And there wasn't much room for the big tight end to do much after the catch. But at least he was able to pick up a solid gain to help his offense continue to move in the right direction.
And they'll try and run the option to pick it up.
He's going to be a yard short. Needed 2, but only got 1. 4th down.
Well, they picked up a portion of it, but not all that they needed. Now that leads to a decision on 4th and 1. Let's see what they decide to do.
So a big one coming now for Cairo Santos. This will be from 56 yards out. And he missed it. It's no good. And they will not cut into that 10-point lead.
And that one, just an absolute killer. A chance to get this back within 1 score.
All hope not gone yet. But at the same time, you're exactly right. They needed to get back within 1 score and have a motivated defense take the field in order to get it back for them for one last big drive.
The visitors' offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. The Packer offense ready to get their next drive underway. Now, there are 2 scores on the plus side. Still time here in this fourth quarter, but maybe you start thinking about playing keep away?
Yeah, I think here's the situation. You're not thinking touchdowns anymore. You're just thinking first downs. To keep up with your theme there, playing keep away, first downs, they can't touch the ball.
On 1st and 10, it's Swift. Oh, that one well designed as he'll take this down to the 30-yard line.
It's a pickup of 12. Second play in a row with a 12-yard gain. Now, I'm guessing you'd say this is kind of the key here. Grind out some yardage, work on that clock, see if you can continue to tick it down.
Definitely, you want to bleed things out at this point, right? Continue to possess the football, gain some yardage, and put the onus on the defense. Do they have to use timeouts? What are they going to do to stop you? You're taking charge.
And inside the 20 before he's brought down. Back-to-back nice plays, 12 yards that time and a first down. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. That's complete right around the 8. And he is out of bounds, but first he gets it inside the 10 to the 7. A good chance now to put this game on ice. This is first and goal. Now back to throw. Under pressure, down he goes. Sacked at the 10. They'll wind up losing 3 yards there on the play as that'll lead to a second and goal.
On any first and goal, the real estate to work with for the offense is really cut down, and the defense knows it. So they often bring heat and pressure, which they did on this play. Got him down for a loss. Not a big one, but any loss of yardage in this position is tough for an offense.
Moved back to the 10. They'll try on second and goal here. He'll look to throw. Looking middle, and that's complete. Down at the 2. Broke through first contact, but ultimately stopped shy of the goal line. That catch good for 8, but still, it's third and goal now. And they'll send the tight end in motion here.
Swift will score. Touchdown, Packers.
And that right there is a definition of a statement drive. You're in the fourth quarter, trying to get to the finish line, and here they were able to hold the ball for a long time and move it down the field. And how about them finishing it off with the touchdown run? Winning football 101, check that box.
Extra point splits the uprights, and that'll make this a 3-score game now. The lead moves to 17.
Roughing the kicker. Defense.
They're down here in the fourth, and that personal foul penalty is not going to help.
No, in these types of situations, players will tell you that's extra intensity. From where we sit, it's actually frustration. Not a good play.
After the roughing penalty on the PAT, they'll kick off from 15 yards further upfield.
And no chance to see a return on the dynamic kickoff. They'll move this out to the 30-yard line. Another drive coming up for this Chicago offense. And they have had problems getting the running game in gear as we look through some of their attempts from earlier. They have just not been able to match the physicality that this defense has shown, and their lack of success on the ground is a direct reflection of that.
To throw is Murray. Give him a couple on the scramble. It's second down. Back to throw. Murray. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. On first down, he'll drop to throw. And he'll protect himself at the end here as he winds up getting pretty decent yardage.
Ball on the 47-yard line. Here's second and 4.
He's going to hit his man out of the backfield. Complete. He'll wind up getting just a yard. And now it's third and 3. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. It looks like the Packers have added an extra DB on third down. Looking to throw. Murray.
Able to find the open man. That's complete.
Now the Bears going to call the first of their timeouts. That'll leave them with 2 remaining. We'll be back after this. Now on first down, he'll drop to throw it. Firing quickly here, and that's complete.
Here now, second and 4.
Again, they'll throw with Murray. And this one taken in on the right sideline, but not in the field of play. They say it's incomplete. The throw led him a little too far. It brings up third down. From the gun, Murray.
He's got his target. That's complete.
And he is in. Touchdown, Chicago. A great play there. 39 yards.
And the Bears have got it back to a 2-score game here in the fourth.
Santos able to tack on the extra point, and the lead is trimmed down to 10. So that drive in total 8 plays. And the end result is a Bears touchdown. So 2 scores down. Time definitely not an ally, but here comes the onside kick. And this one's going to be covered up by the Packers hands team. They knew they needed a miracle. They had to have that onside kick. They didn't get it.
Well, as we knew, even before they put the toe to the leather on that one, their chances of getting that done, slim and none. And I do believe we saw Slim just leave the door, didn't we?
We did indeed. I think we're down to none.
The visitors' offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes, and he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long.
Now the Bears going to use the second of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next.
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball.
Now the Bears will use their third and final timeout as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. Out of the gun now on third down.
Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he has a Packer first down. And that should be the one that finishes the script. And Charles, with that completion, I'm told that puts him now over 3,000 yards passing on the campaign.
And Brandon, I think we have to start to think about where we are in the season, because right now, 4,000 is not out of the question. I think a big game or two, he's certainly capable of getting that done.
Now contact up front as penalty markers come in. Who is this against? So step off the 5 yards.
Yeah, and partner, you know, defensive end, he wants to get into the offensive backfield. He wants that get off to be as fast as possible. A little too quick on that one.
So he'll take a knee here to wrap this one up, and he's going to want to keep that game ball. He was sensational.
So no shortage of offense in this game, but a very clean game too, Charles. Each side got its points, but they did so without committing a single turnover.
That's so true, and it certainly felt like NFL football at its finest, right? You talk about the highest level from both of these offenses. Neither one of them afraid of taking risks, and both of them aggressively pushing it downfield. I did like, Brandon, how smart they were about going about their business, though. They were high-flying, but they took care of the ball.
Yeah, they did. And just keeping it clean in a game like this with all these points, you don't see that very often, even at the highest level. Job well done by both sides.
So for the Packers, it's a rare bright spot as they move to 3-10 on the year. And they will head back home next week. Meanwhile, for the Bears, it's going to all but eliminate them from the playoff picture as they fall to 5-8. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. And for Charles Davis and our entire crew here at EA Sports, I'm Brandon Gaudin saying so long, everybody.
choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left to It's Week 14 of the National Football League, and all eyes are on the dual threat Lamar Jackson. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Lions and the Dolphins, and it comes your way next on Madden Football.
First opened in 2002, there's a look inside Ford Field here in downtown Detroit, the Motor City. With Charles Davis, as always, I'm Brandon Gordon. And Charles, you talked about storylines in this one. I think it begins and ends with our two quarterbacks, certainly two of the best in the business.
And nowadays, I don't think you can get by for long periods of time without a top-flight quarterback. The way the game is played, with all the responsibility he has and how the game flows through him, if he's not on the top of his game, your team's not going to benefit at all.
Three-quarters of the NFL season are complete. What works in our final month? We're underway in Week 14.
And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line.
So here are the Lions now coming out for their opening drive. They will be led out by the former Heisman Trophy winner back in 2016. Always a handful to contain, Lamar Jackson.
And for how good he is throwing the ball, it's his running that makes him so dangerous. He had a couple of touchdowns on the ground in last week's game, so we'll see what they dial up for him for this one.
Drive starts with a run from Gibbs.
And not much to speak of. Call it a 1-yard gain up to the 26.
The numbers for Gibbs from last week.
North of 100 yards, the 2 scores. And, you got to give a lot of credit to the O-line. We talked a lot about him, but offensive line was good too.
They're obviously in sync with each other, whether it's zone blocking, power running game, no matter what. He understands how to read them and find the creases that they provide.
And this will wind up a Lions first down as he's got this past the 35 to about the 37.
Well, there's plenty of real estate for him to maneuver on that run, and let's face it, it shouldn't be a surprise. He's one of the better backs in the league. Had to come into this game with the idea, slow him down, otherwise it's going to be a long afternoon.
And he'll work it across midfield inside the 45. The coverage may be too good that time as he breaks away for 19 with his legs and a first down.
That's the first time he's called his own number, but he's got to be overjoyed with the result. He wasn't just going to settle for a modest gain. To me, he was determined to come through with a big message to a defense that slept on him in the pocket.
On 1st and 10, here's Gibbs.
And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
Here are the key inactives for this one, Charles. And as you get towards the latter stages of the season, you hope that this is a clean graphic with no names, but that's hard to do in the NFL.
Yeah, there's almost no way you think it's going to be like that. It's just a matter of what names are on the list and how you prepare to play without them. Everyone wants to finish strong. Well, the only way to do it, forget the inactive list and focus on the guys who are going to take the field.
In motion, the tight end. Here's Jackson. And he's going to have the first down yardage as he's down at about the 30-yard line. They get 9 out of that one, and as a result, the drive continues.
He's a talented runner, and that means he's always looking for bigger and bigger gains when he takes off. Certainly found some bonus yards there beyond the first down marker, and this early drive will continue with that extra jolt from his leg.
Well, this is taken in. It's complete. And that is caught. Touchdown, Detroit. A great effort there. His 5th touchdown now on the year. And the Lions are on the board first here this afternoon. Well, these guys have won 3 straight ball games and another good start to this one out to the 6-0 lead.
And I've talked with so many different coaches, as have you along the way, and they always talk about winning streaks and the mood of a team and how much easier it is to actually prepare during that time. Guys are sharp, guys are focused, everyone's feeling good, and we're seeing it early in this one.
And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line.
So now here are the Dolphins getting set for their first drive. And leading them out is their 5th-year quarterback.
If you ask coaches at any level to design their ideal leader of a team, I think they're going to check every box with this guy. He's got the poise to handle responsibility. He stays calm under any kind of pressure, and he brings out the best of his teammates each and every week.
And under the Lions' pressure, he's brought down.
Aiden Hutchinson, he's the one to get him, and that is sack number 7 for him on the year.
Well, the pass rush has been a real strength of late. They know how to get after the quarterback.
Absolutely. 4 sacks last week. That's their first one here. Anything in particular you've seen from them or on film?
I think that they're winning athletically up front, winning those one-on-one battles, but also when the offensive line wants to keep everyone in and mass protect, they know how to scheme their way back to the quarterback as well.
They'll look to throw here. And he will find his man on the outside. And he'll be out right at the 35. They get 16 out of that one, but they'll still need to convert on 3rd. The play-action fake. They'll look to throw. Going up top. Well, he's caught on the sideline, but he's not going to have a first down. They say he was out of bounds, so a big call there that brings up 4th.
Blake Gillikin on the punt now on 4th down.
And he was called on 3 times in the win last week as his first one here's away. It'll be a 39-yard punt, no return, and the Lions will take over.
The Lions offense and their quarterback coming out for their 2nd drive. And he continues to be a nightmare for teams to defend in the red zone. You see the graphic. He's 2nd in the NFL in terms of rushing touchdowns by a quarterback.
Play action. It's Jackson.
And that's going to be incomplete.
How about this offense already feeling good about themselves with a touchdown already in their first drive? It's certainly come out firing, even though that one was incomplete.
With the 7-0 lead, more apt to take a shot like that downfield?
Hey, you're one to the good. Go ahead and try and pressure advantage.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Lamar Jackson, such a threat with those legs, able to improvise and get the first.
I can't be sure how much of that was planned pre-snap, but it certainly opens up some avenues for their offense. And if he can stay a threat to break off those kind of runs, it'll pull defenders away from coverage and open up some choice throwing lanes for him moving forward.
Now it's Jackson.
A little short pass here taken in by Laporta.
And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And that will bring up 2nd down. They go play action now. Jackson. In trouble, and he's taken down.
Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
Well, competition comes up in so many different ways. And right now, this unit, their competition is who's going to get to the quarterback the most times. Had about 5 sacks last week. We just saw their first one of this game.
Oh, the pressure too great, and he goes down once more. And now that brings up 4th down there, a loss of 6 yards on the sack. Jack Fox now gets set to punt. A call for a fair catch, and it's made at about the 23-yard line. A 41-yard punt there with no return, and it'll be Dolphin football. They'll start on the ground here on first down. And he'll manage to pick up about 4 at second down.
You talk about this Lions defense.
This unit against the pass, hoping to get better for sure. Number 25 in the NFL right now.
And I think you're going to see some changes in the offseason, whether it's through the draft, free agency, maybe even both. They definitely need some help in the secondary.
Second catch for him today, and it'll wind up a first down.
And the tight end is certainly a position built to move the chains because they can control space underneath. If they've got good hands, then, of course, they're a dynamic target. But one other thing is they're right in the sight lines of the quarterback on just about.
And the Lions pressure too strong. Down he goes.
More than one defender there, and that's a loss of 5 on the sack. After one, 7-0 on EA Sports. It's Dolphins football here as we begin the second quarter, as they've got it facing a second and long situation.
Back to throw. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. That one good for 20 on the catch and run.
You don't always expect tight ends to be big in terms of run after the catch, but after that play, he joins a growing band of players that's putting that stereotype right on its ear.
So the ball moves into Lion territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. He'll drop to throw. And he's got his man in stride, complete. And he'll go down shy of the 40 at the 41. So 8 yards on the completion there, and that'll bring up a second down in just a couple. In motion goes the tight end.
And here's a handoff out of the gun.
And the stop here will come at the 38-yard line. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a first down. Looking to throw. Looking right sideline, that's complete. And down he goes, taking it inside the 10, just shy of the 5 at the 6. Give him 32 on the play.
This offense has been slow to get started, but that play will certainly give them a little bit of life. Maybe the late wake-up call that they had been seeking.
Now a chance to make that big play really hurt. It's 1st and goal just outside the 5. They'll set up to throw. And hit behind the line. He lost the football. It's loose.
Oh, and one of the linemen on the other side has got it.
So he went out of the pocket left, and then things got dicey.
And what often happens is when they get outside, they want to keep their eyes downfield in order to try and complete a pass. But when they try to make a play, they've got to get their footwork involved, and that can really mess them up as well. And in this case, nothing went right, and the ball got knocked free.
Yeah, Detroit back in possession of the football. They'll take over deep in their own end after the fumble recovery as they start 1st and 10.
After the fumble recovery, it's Jackson. It's a short one here, complete to the tight end. Just a gain of a couple there, and it's 2nd down.
Straight ahead with Gibbs here.
And they'll bring him down here right around the 17-yard line.
That one a first down pickup of 8. The Lions at 7-5 now in the year. They've been playing their best football of the year, winners of 4 in a row.
And I thought that they played pretty well last week. Their execution, their discipline, their resilience, all on display in that victory.
So the completion good for 7 there, and it's second down.
And when you're playing a quarterback with some experience and some moxie, you enter the danger zone when you decide to blitz him, because if he's able to diagnose as he did on that play, he can hurt you downfield.
He reads defenses so well, doesn't he?
He really does, and the best part about that play for him, I don't think that was his primary target.
I don't think so either.
I think he had the read, figured out where the blitz was coming from, and went to a secondary target for a really nice gain.
From the 34 now, here's 1st and 10. Now it's Jackson.
Throw left side, caught by Laporta.
And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. 25 yards there on the catch and run.
His position, and he's listed as a tight end, but he certainly doesn't run like one, and that's what we're seeing more and more coming into the league. Those guys who can run, make plays after the catch, and gain that additional yardage.
And using that speed there to turn it into a pretty nice little gain. So now 1st and 10 as they've crossed into Miami territory at the 41. Jackson.
Over the middle and taken in by Laporta.
That'll go for a gain of 7, and that'll bring up second down. Here's Jackson to throw.
He's got it complete to Gibbs.
And he's got another first down as he's brought down at the Dolphins' 20-yard line. Two minutes on the clock, second quarter, 7-0 ball game. And Jackson throwing once more. Throwing left side here, and it's complete. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
2nd and a couple.
And looked like some movement there. Let's get the call. You expect this from the visiting team when playing indoors, but not the home team.
They're supposed to get all the advantages, right? The home crowd's supposed to help them. They forgot where they were, perhaps.
To throw is Jackson. That is caught at the 7-yard line. And all the way down inside the 5 to the 4. He's got his first catch here before halftime, and it goes for a first down. To throw again is Jackson. And it's caught. And in for the Lions touchdown.
Sam Laporta
from 4 yards out.
And the Lions go nearly the length of the field and finish it off with 6 points.
There was no going through the progressions on that touchdown pass.
Yeah, nor was it necessary. His receiver won that route early, presented himself. No reason to wait. Go ahead and put it on him and score a touchdown.
Here's Groupie for the PAT.
And it's good to make it 14-0. So that one a pretty time-consuming 10-play drive. And it's capped off by a touchdown for the Lions. The kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away.
And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. The Dolphins offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And he has been a big component of the passing game so far. You see the numbers for this first half. This defense is going to need to find some way to key in on him because he is eating them up right now.
They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Wide open receiver complete. Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 35 seconds to go in quarter number 2. Back to throw now on first down. Now he'll dump it underneath to his running back, complete. The Dolphins going to take their second timeout. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. 2nd and 1. And under the Lions' pressure, he's brought down. Now the Dolphins will use the last of their timeouts. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. That is caught. He's got a first and maybe more. And all the way in for a Miami touchdown. Jalen Waddle as the first half is winding down. And the Dolphins are on the board here in the final seconds of the first half. The way this one was going, you just got the sense they needed something before half. They've at least got something on the board now. Still trailing, but a good sign.
That takes me back to our preseason tour of NFL camps. You remember we talked with that one coach who said his emphasis this year was scoring in the last 2 minutes of a half, heading into the locker room. This hits it right there. Take that momentum, take that good feeling, and take it to the locker room, regroup, and start over. They got it here.
They did indeed, and a lot of football, full half to be played.
So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. And the Lions going to go back on offense one final time in this first half. And with a 7-point lead, they'll likely look to take this to the locker room and not really press the issue.
And they're just going to run it here up the middle. And defensively, they're just looking to keep him contained as they're able to get him down. Just what you want on a first down run. Call it 8 yards, and it's 2nd and 2. Final play of the half here. It's Jackson going underneath. Gibbs has it. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. So we've reached halftime here in Detroit with the Lions out on top. As we'll head down to Orlando, that's where we find our man Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. More from you and Charles in a bit. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here in the late window. We'll start over at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. And it's the Buccaneers who are out in front with that game closing in on halftime. 3 touchdown passes there for Trevor Lawrence. From there, we head over to the West Coast. Check out the Niners at home at Levi Stadium. And they've got the lead in that one over the visiting Atlanta Falcons. 3 touchdown passes in that one for Justin Herbert. Finally, let's get to the desert to check on the Cardinals at home in Glendale. As you can see, the score there in the second quarter. Jerry Jeudy, a touchdown reception. We saw a terrific first half from the dual-threat quarterback, Lamar Jackson. He fired his guys into the lead with 2 first-half touchdown passes as they were looking like a well-oiled machine in the first half of play.
Okay, Coach, thanks as always. This one's still anyone's game as we welcome you back for quarter number 3. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line.
The Dolphins' offense now heads back on the field.
And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football.
First down Miami as they get set to start the drive.
This offense, Charles, had a strong first half throwing the football, at least in terms of yardage, but that hasn't translated so far on the scoreboard as they begin the third quarter here, trailing and looking for a little momentum.
Yeah, you're right about that because, let's face it, in the first half, most of their focus was in the passing game. And to their credit, resulted in a healthy amount of yardage. So I would think that at halftime, they're going to anticipate that defense loosening up a little bit to try and cover the passing lanes. They've got to get the running game going, and there should be some gaps to run through now.
He was held without a catch in the first half, but he's got one here, and he also picks up a first down.
A couple of first downs right in succession, and this is an offense that can really use a good drive, and they're off to a fast start here.
Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on first down. From the midfield strike, they'll look to throw. Out to the flat, that's complete to his running back.
And he's going to be taken down. Plus, there's a penalty flag in the backfield. They may get 15 more on top of this.
So now a fresh set of downs, 1st and 10 after roughing the passer. off the play fake. He'll look to throw.
Open man is Waddle, complete.
And he's down into the red zone at the 15 after a gain of 15. 1st and 10.
Another nice play there. They've gotten down into the red zone in no time at all. That's what this offense can do when they get on a roll. And now they're set up with a 1st and 10.
From the gun, they'll try to run it.
And he takes us down to about the 12 for a gain of 3.
I have to think a major focus at a halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they slide off and try and chip someone at the second level.
On 3rd down, he'll drop to throw. A hit as he throws there, incomplete. Detroit was up for the challenge through the air. They force a 4th down. To give you an idea of how accurate he's been throwing the football, we're in the second half. That's just his 2nd incompletion.
Well, if he's that locked in, that means everyone's locked in, because to me it's like throwing a no-hitter in baseball. The pitcher may get the credit, but a lot of people making plays behind him in the field.
So they were facing the deficit coming out of the locker room at intermission, and at least they're able to get the field goal to cut into that deficit.
Yeah, now your offense feels pretty good about itself, right? A little bit more up to speed coming out of the break. You turn to your defense now and say, hey, we got 3 there. We're chipping into the lead. Can you help us out? Hold them. Let's get the ball back for us.
So we get a look at the Lions offense as they get ready for their first possession of the second half. Play action. Now Jackson. And a quick throw here. That's complete. It'll be a gain of just a yard, and it'll be 2nd down. Throwing is Jackson. And he's got his man on the out route. And he gets this up to the 34 out of bounds there. From the gun on 3rd down, Jackson. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Ed Oliver coming in to drop him for a loss of 8, and it also brings up 4th.
I'm sure a lot of time was spent in the locker room, Charles, talking with his defense about setting a tone here in the 3rd quarter when you're down on the scoreboard. A sack like that, maybe that can get them going.
Yeah, you have to believe exactly what you just said, that they got together and said, let's be some change agents here. Let's go ahead and turn things around. Let's be the force that gets us going here in the second half and puts us in a position to find a way to win the game.
Fair catch signaled for and taken just shy of the 30-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt.
And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over.
So 1st and 10 now from the 30. They'll try and start this drive in the air. Now they go screen. It's complete. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Right off the bat, it's a 1st down to start the drive, 12 yards. He'll look to throw.
And this throw a bit late as he couldn't reach back for it.
I certainly thought he had an open look beyond the 1st down marker to his receiver, but they just couldn't connect, and that will send them back to the drawing board.
And 2nd and 10, he'll look to throw again. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45.
They'll come up facing 3rd and 5.
They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he is going to have the Dolphins 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
And the throw and the catch were just fine, but against zone coverage when you run a drag route, what you're hoping for is he makes the catch and makes someone miss, and they don't there. Very difficult route to run when everyone has their eyes back towards the quarterback and they're able to see the route develop.
Again, he'll drop to throw.
Oh, that's into double coverage and intercepted. It's Brian Branch with it. And the Lions are going to take over once again with a football at their own 20-yard line. And that could turn out to be a giant play, Charles. You got an offense driving to take the lead, but they're turned away on the INT.
And I think that we might look back on this in the fourth quarter and say, that was the play of the game.
Now the Lions offense, they get ready to head back out there.
Charles, a very uninspired effort the last time we saw them out there. It was a quick 3-and-out, and they punted the football.
Yeah, and you never want to get stopped so soundly during a series, but what would be even worse now is letting it happen again right here. They've got to get going.
And they'll send the tight end in motion. After the interception, here's Jackson. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And he's going to get 7 out of this before being taken down at the 27. Operating from the 27 now. Here's 2nd and 3. Now Jackson. Laying out is Davis, and he's got the football. It's a gain of 10 for the Lions and a first down.
Gibbs straight ahead.
And he'll get it out a couple yards shy of midfield at the 48.
42 yards rushing for him now to this point.
So not quite a first down just yet as they come up on 2nd and less than a yard. Play action. It's Jackson. And he will find his man on the outside. And he'll get this to the 30-yard line before crossing over out of bounds.
Now, how about this throw right here? Had to throw it to the left sideline, and you know the timing's got to be correct on this one. Ball's got to be right where it needs to be, and it was. That's because he had great arm strength on that one, able to drive the football. Quarterbacks love it when they can show off their arms.
Before they can snap it, time runs out on this third quarter of play. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now at Ford Field. It's the Lions holding onto the football, and they also have the lead as we start quarter number 4. Here's Jackson. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. This duo locked in, 14 yards there, and a first down.
Now back to the ground. Here's Gibbs.
And he'll get into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit.
Jahmyr Gibbs, his 7th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Lions add on to their lead, and they are also closing in on a 5th straight victory. Groupie for the extra point.
It's good, and it's 21-10. That time, a 6-play drive.
And it was all capped off by a touchdown run from Jahmyr Gibbs.
Out is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away.
Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And a good return, able to get out across the 35 to the 36. This offense headed back out, captained, of course, by their quarterback. The Dolphins at the line ready for their next drive. Well, that last touchdown we just saw, what an important one. Now it's back to a 2-score deficit for this crew as they take the field here, and they are in desperate need of finding the end zone.
He's going to flip that out to the flat. It's complete. Call it a gain of a yard, and it'll be 2nd down.
This possession means so much for them. They've got to focus on this drive and find a way to make this a one-possession game.
Yes.
Got to get a score.
Yeah, so good with a field goal. Don't necessarily need a touchdown. 2nd and 9 now. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. And a 6-yard gain gets him right around the 43. The Dolphins on 3rd down. They've hit 2 for 4 thus far. This time it's 3rd and 3. Now back to throw. And he will not be able to hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. coverage strong, and now it's 4th down. All right, they're going to try and keep hope alive here on 4th down. They're going for it. They'll try and run for it. And, boy, is he close. Did he get there? No, they're going to say he's short of the line to gain. The Dolphins can't convert on 4th down. And the Lions will get the football back in terrific field position. So they really needed points here in a 2-score game. Could not come away with anything there on 4th.
And while we know they're a little bit discouraged here, they can't check out of this game. You and I have called a good number of games over the course of our career where we've seen these types of situations. Teams get the ball back, and that miracle does occur. So they can't let that dream go just yet. They have to get stout on defense here.
Yeah, right now really hoping for a turnover. Jackson. And a quick throw here, that's complete. And he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on 1st down.
And his play caller does a nice job of giving him an easy throw to start this drive, and he takes advantage of it. The completion sets up a manageable 2nd down.
Finds Gibbs on the check down.
2 yards on the pickup, and that's all they needed to move the sticks.
A give right side for Gibbs.
And this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down.
From the 25, here's 2nd and a yard.
Here's Jackson to throw.
Over the middle and taken in by Laporta. And he's going to be touched down, but he's got the 1st down.
They go play action now. Jackson. Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete.
And the Lions are going to be set up with a 1st and goal on a pass play that moves them all the way down to the 1. Well, normally you might say start running the football. You've got the lead here in the 4th quarter, but the way that they've passed it with such success, I don't know, maybe keep throwing it.
Yeah, I think you brought up something that goes against conventional wisdom, right? In this stage of the game, you would think you would switch to a running attack, but you're exactly right. They've thrown it so well throughout the game, and trusting this quarterback, I think he continued to do so.
And he will fight his way into the end zone for a touchdown.
Jahmyr Gibbs
with his 2nd touchdown of the game, number 8 on the season.
And the Lions have pretty well put it away here in the 4th quarter. Everybody in the stadium knew what they were going to do right there, CD. 3 tight ends on the field, all that extra bulk, and they run it in.
And you saw where that one went, right? You run it over your best blocker. I can just see the head coach right now. I want to run this one over the big boy. And they got it done.
Groupie able to add the PAT.
And the lead is up to 18 now. So the drive there took 6 plays.
And it was all capped off by a touchdown run from Jahmyr Gibbs.
Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes.
And able to get this out to the 25.
Out comes the Miami offensive unit now. They get set to take over.
Remember, they have won 3 straight, but getting to 4 straight does not appear to be in the cards as they are in a big 4th quarter hole.
They'll come out throwing here on 1st down. And he's got his man in stride, complete. And he's upended at the 33, following a good pickup of 8. 2nd and 2.
That's complete to Mooney.
And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. They'll look to throw here on 1st down.
Looking deep here for Mooney.
And that is caught. Touchdown, Miami.
Darnell Mooney.
56 yards.
yards. And the Dolphins have got it back to a 2-score game here in the fourth. Sanders now to add the extra point. And that one makes this an 11-point deficit now. So a 75-yard scoring drive on just 3 plays. And finishing it all off was Darnell Mooney with a touchdown reception. Shrugs him off. And the Dolphins have got him. First down Miami as they get set to start the drive. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
The sound reverberating here in the dome. This is third down. He'll look to throw. That is caught. And he is going to have the Dolphins first down as they convert on 3rd and 3 with a nice gain of 7 yards. This is caught inside the 15. And oh, so close as he takes it all the way to the 2-yard line. So the Dolphins have it as we welcome you back in. Here's 1st and goal. They've got it 1st and goal as they look to punch in a late score. He's going to leave this for his running back. It's complete. And he'll go backwards, losing yardage to the 5. Back at the 5-yard line now, 2nd and goal. And this is caught now for a late touchdown. So hold everything here. This one's not over yet. Okay, game on. Don't go anywhere yet. You got a 1-score game now. Probably going to rely on the onside kick coming up.
Yeah, they have to. It's not a high percentage play, but it's better than not having a chance at all. And that's when you put your leapers and your flyers on one side, get that high hop, and hope that one of the guys can come up with it.
And on the other side, you get that hands team ready.
No doubt about it.
And now the pressure gets there, and he goes down. So he couldn't get rid of the football, and that deficit stays right where it is. So they got one of the 2 touchdowns they needed. Now for the onside kick. And the Lions are able to cover this one up. A tough one there. They certainly wanted that when they needed it, but they didn't absolutely have to get it. They still do have 3 timeouts.
You're exactly right. They had to attempt it. But even though they didn't get it, as you noted, with 3 timeouts, if they can get these stops on defense, all hope is not lost.
So here come the Lions now. And this game not quite in hand yet. We'll likely see all 3 timeouts defensively and then reassess where we are. We've got to have 2 hands on the football here as they run on 1st down. And maybe a little over pursuit there as he's able to take this down to the 25-yard line. Not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. Counter play. Here's Gibbs. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. They'll go again with Gibbs. And he will have a Lions first down, and that's the one that should seal a victory. And the Lions will take the knee here with victory in the cards. Down to a knee goes Jackson, and that should seal it.
Listen, anytime you take a knee to end a game, that means you've won it. So it doesn't matter whether it's home or on the road, but there's something a little extra special about doing it in front of your home crowd, isn't there?
And the home crowd applauding. They're happy with what they've seen. Chalk this one up in the left-hand column for a win.
Yeah, that's right. Head to the locker room, throw the wristbands in the crowd for the kids, your gloves, your towels.
get to share it with the home team.
So this one's over. It's a win for the Detroit Lions. And we talk so much about the turnover battle, determining who wins, who loses. This game, no exception. Air-free football, no turnovers at all, and they win it.
So this is one you don't have to convince your team that what you're saying is accurate. And you know what I'm talking about. Head coach always stands up in front of the team and says, guys, if we do this, this, and this, we'll win. And usually they say if we win the turnover battle, we'll win. Well, here's the proof right there. Win the turnover battle, go on to victory. Now the guys believe. You move on to the next lesson where you have to convince them. This one is now planted.
So for the Lions, it's an important win for their playoff hopes as they move to 8-5. And they will hit the road next week for a date with the Green Bay Packers. Meanwhile, for Miami, it's going to all but eliminate them from the playoff picture as they fall to 5-8. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week.
choose the team you want to start your franchise with. Use the options on the left. It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And up next, we'll see Trey McBride. He should be one of his quarterback's best friends this week. It's the 49ers and the Falcons, next on Madden Football.
Welcome in, everyone, to this presentation of the National Football League on EA Sports. We thank you for having us in. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson, 3 months in the books. Partner, now it's December. It's the best month of the NFL season because the games get more important as the weather gets a little bit colder.
And this is where you find out who the real teams are and who the pretenders are. You find yourself not only in the playoff conversation, but can you now play good enough ball down the stretch to not only be in the conversation, but actually find yourself in the postseason.
Set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. Our 49ers offense set to get to work for the first time. Led by their quarterback, the 6th overall pick of the 2020 draft. It's Justin Herbert.
Really solid all-around performance last week, Mike, and I think the biggest factor that led to the win is his ability to continue to protect the football. He executed the offense, ran it exactly how they designed all week in practice. Now, it might not have been earth-shattering performance statistically, but they got the win. If he can continue to play that style of ball, it's going to be a tough group to match up with.
Now, after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Not something you want to see in the opening minute of the game. From the gun, it's Herbert. He'll find his open man. That's Brandon Ayuk. And he's down inside the 40-yard line.
Everyone talks about all the physical qualities to play quarterback in the NFL, Mike, and of course that's a given. But it's really the cerebral approach to the game that separates the best from everybody else. And I think both of those things were on display there, as he did not only a great job of finding the vulnerabilities of the back end, but then once his guy was there, it was that arm talent that put the ball in the exact right spot to allow his guy to make the big play.
And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. On the handoff, this is Achane. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play. Backfield empties. 5 receivers in the formation for 3rd down and 5. Out of the gun, here's Herbert. Oh, that's the one thing they couldn't have there, the sack that might take them out of field goal range.
Well, Mike, the other day we heard how the offensive coordinator wanted to start fast offensively, but here so far, it's been the pass rush and the defense who's gotten out to the quick start.
So, on 4th down, the Aussie, Mitch Wishnowsky, out to punt, as they'll say no to the long field goal and hope to pin them deep.
Personal foul. Roughing a kicker. Defense. Automatic first down.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. On play action, it's Herbert. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up 2nd down. Now, Herbert. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down. Shotgun now for Herbert.
And that's a great job defensively here on 3rd down. Not only taking away all the options down the field through the air, but when the quarterback decides to turn into a runner himself, they're able to converge and make the play and keep him short of the 1st down.
On 4th down, it's Jake Moody time for the Niners. This will be an even 40-yard attempt. Moody's kick is good. And the 49ers are out to an early 3-0 lead.
And that's a good drive right out of the gate. They're able to make some plays, move the ball down the field. I know they didn't get a touchdown, but that is a good, positive result.
This taken in at the 8-yard line. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Falcons set to take over here on offense. They're led by the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2023. From Ohio State, it's C.J. Stroud.
You just hope throughout your career, Mike, that you're not on the wrong end of too many games like last week. So many games in the NFL come down to one score. They're very close. And every once in a while, there are multiple score games where you just can't seem to keep it close. They've got to do a better job keeping.
And he's going to take this one all the way. 71 yards. Touchdown, Atlanta. Well, that is a quick drive and the best way to finish it. The touchdown pass downfield. Greg, you rarely see a deep shot like that to start a drive.
You're right, Mike. We don't see it a lot, but I wish we did. It's actually the most efficient and safest down to pass the ball. And in this case, the defense is thinking run, got a lot of defenders up in the box, and they're able to strike deep with a pass play for 6.
The kick is good. Makes the score Falcons 7, 49ers 3.
The kickoff team is out on the field. And we're back to it as the kick's away. Here comes a return from the 5. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The 49ers offense and Justin Herbert getting set for this next drive. The numbers have looked good this season. Case in point right here, right up there among the NFL leaders in touchdown passes. Herbert now on 1st down. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him.
Really nice start for this defense here early through the 1st quarter. 2 different players each recording a sack. Offensive line's going to have to get together on the sideline with their coach and identify where's the weakness in our protection.
Oh, this pass rush dials in right now. They get him again.
It's just so hard to get anything going when you're just not confident running your own system. And all these early sacks, yes, they kill drives, but think what it does to the quarterback. The quarterback just can't be confident operating out of the pocket. There's no rhythm, there's no timing, and everything you planned on doing today coming in is out the window.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. Now it's Herbert. And that pressure too great. He's going to be sacked in the end zone, and that is a safety. Well, the quarterback just kept going back, and you're wondering, what is he going to do? And, well, there's the answer. He's going to give the defense 2 points.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, Mike, did he just lose track of actually how far he was retreating? And at some point, you think that ball's going to come out, and he's going to throw it away and move on to the next down, but he didn't, and now the defense is going to take advantage and get 2 points.
Free kick out of bounds. Kicking team.
They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. They'll begin on the ground, and here's Mixon. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. They'll go right back to Mixon. And nothing on that one, back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
You want to see linebackers play downhill, Mike, meaning there's not a lot of side-to-side pursuit. They're attacking the line of scrimmage, attacking the ball carrier. That's exactly what we saw out of this guy here. He
gets free, and they will finally run him down.
This defense just gets punched in the mouth on that one, Mike, and it just seemed from up here that not everyone on defense was on the same page, and the offense was able to take advantage of it. The defense has to clean things up here in a hurry, because if they don't, they could be in for a long day.
Ball down to the 16-yard line, and it's 1st and 10. Here's a give up the middle to Mixon. And the Falcons are going to have a 1st and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points.
And this offense just continues to chew up yards and get 1st down after 1st down. And defensively now, you find yourself a little bit on your heels. You're defending a goal-to-go situation. They need to step up here and get a stop.
They'll run here with Mixon. And nothing develops there. It'll stay right at the 5-yard line. No gain on that one.
What makes great linebackers stand out from the pack is their instincts and their vision. In this case, the linebacker has his keys, brings him right where the ball is going, and he's able to make a play at the point of attack to keep this to a no gain.
Looking for a seam, but will not find one. He'll take this down to the 4-yard line. So a little extra time to think about this 3rd and goal as we've hit the end of the 1st. It's the Falcons with the early lead. And we're back in the Bay Area after this. Third and goal. From the gun, here's Stroud. That's to the end zone, but it's incomplete. Devontae Smith, the intended receiver. Now it's 4th and goal. Out is Younghoe Koo to try the field goal. This about as short as you can get. Koo's kick is good. And the Falcons will extend their lead.
It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone, and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
Now, here comes a return from the 9. And it will finally get him down, but he gets all the way close to the 40-yard line. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Herbert. Over the middle to Ayuk, complete. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Here's Herbert. A quick slant, looked in by Moore. And he'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a 1st down. Throwing now is Herbert. Gonna look deep, looking for more. That is knocked away Now a play fake. Herbert. He's going to try it here again. A lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. After back-to-back incompletions, they now face 3rd down and 10. Again, they'll throw with Herbert. Able to complete it to Ayuk. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line.
Similar to a tight end, the slot receiver is often considered the safety blanket. He makes all the difficult catches, tends to be a little bit more around the line of scrimmage, and so far today, he's certainly lived up to that reputation.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Herbert to the air again. He's got room to roll. And he's very close to a touchdown. They mark him just shy of the goal line.
The thing that jumps out to me the most, Mike, is just how often the quarterback is able to throw the ball to his first read in the progression. So hats off to the play call.
And he will dive into the end zone. Come on, 8-10. Touchdown, 49ers. It's his 2nd touchdown of the year. Taking care of business on the ground to get the score. And, Greg, the big guys up front, they deserve some praise on that one.
Absolutely, Mike. And it really only takes one guy to distort the defense and win his block. But in this case, give credit to the entire unit. They did their job, and they reward their offense with a touchdown.
So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. This will be returned from the 2. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. On 1st down, they'll start with Mixon. And he's going to be taken down at the 37.
The ability to be effective on 1st down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a 3rd down the road, they're usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
Stroud to throw here on 1st and 10. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. But the defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle prevents that from turning into a big play.
And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass. Get past the 1st down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be out on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver. It's exactly how it played out here. You can drop all the fancy plays you want, but when the quarterback and the receiver see it through the same set of eyes, it's virtually impossible to stop.
Strong running there, pushing his way forward to gain a couple. 2nd down and 8. Receiver in motion, going right. On 2nd down, Stroud. Open man, Devontae Smith. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down. Here's 3rd and 2. They'll try and run for this with Mixon. And he's going to have the 1st down. They'll mark him at the 29, but it's a new set of downs. 1st down picked up. They'll go play action with Stroud. That is caught at the 3. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5. It's a gain of 26, and it'll set up 1st and goal. 2 minutes to go. First half in a 2-point game. Greg and I back with you from Santa Clara in a moment. Ball sitting on the 3. It is first down and goal. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. To the goal line and in. Evan Ingram. Touchdown, Atlanta. On is Coop for the point after. He's got it. And the Falcons will make it a 2-score game as they are now up 9. Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. This one taken at the 7. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. Here's the San Francisco offense ready to take possession of the ball once more. They trail here by a couple of scores. The margin is 9 as this drive starts with first down. Herbert to throw. He gets that to his big target, Trey McBride. He's close to a first down to gain a 9. Nice pitch and catch on first down. Taken in by Achane. And they'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down. That's left side, and that's the tight end, McBride.
Mike, did you see how hyped the sideline got after that run after catch? I mean, I thought the bench was going to run out onto the field to celebrate. He refused to go down on first contact and second contact, for that matter.
Throwing again, Herbert. Now a screen set up for Achane. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. Herbert to the air again. A short one here, caught by McBride.
Nice job here by the defense. Did a good job just covering up everything for the most part. So once this ball was caught, really didn't have much of a choice but to just head out of bounds and pick up a modest gain. You know, Mike, nice job here by the quarterback just understanding on these early downs you just don't want to go backwards. So he's able to avoid the negative play, pick up a little bit, and mostly avoid the sack.
Open man, right side. He's got it. And he will have the first down here as they get into field goal range, down just shy of the 20. From the gun, it's Herbert. Throwing the out route, Ayuk has it.
Outbreaking routes, Mike, especially outside of the numbers, everything is about the timing. If you're late with the throw, you're going to be watching that defensive back take that thing the other way for 6.
This is caught for 2. And the Niners are going to have a first and goal coming up. They try to finish off this drive with 6 points. Now, whistles here. Looks like one of the defenders got a head start.
Still first down.
So now then, first and goal from the 1. Now Herbert again. He's got his big tight end. Touchdown, San Francisco.
You know, he spent so much time talking about the heroics of a game-winning drive to end the fourth quarter in 2-minute mode. Well, let's talk about a 2-minute mode, Mike, at the end of the first half. It might not be in walk-off fashion, but I'll tell you what, executing that here, going into halftime, changes this entire game.
Extra point up and good from Moody. And the 49ers will cut it to a 2-point lead. Four seconds still to be played in this half as that one's away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. On 1st and 10, here's Stroud. Now, deep ball for London. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered. And that is how this first half will come to an end.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll start by heading out west, State Farm Stadium in Glendale. And it's the Raiders who have the lead in that one. Jerry Jeudy, a touchdown reception. From there, we take the long trek eastward to Tampa, check on the Bucs at home at Raymond James Stadium. And they've got the lead in that one over the visiting Baltimore Ravens. 3 touchdown passes there for Trevor Lawrence. Finally, let's get to the country music capital of the world and see what's happening with the Titans at home in Nashville. And they were losers in that one to the visiting Houston Texans. Davis Mills leading the way in the victory with 3 touchdown passes. Both of these offenses had their share of high points in that first half. Each team had some big moments, and it would seem this could turn out to be a game where the last score wins.
Coach, thank you. Not a rest at the break for the defensive coordinators. Trying to figure out how to stop these offenses as we get ready for the second half. This will be taken in at the 2. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line. The Falcons offense and C.J. Stroud ready to get to work once more. And we run you through the highlights here. It has been a very big performance from the quarterback position. Instrumental in leading and executing, and now trying to finish strong and take his team to the finish line. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Here's Stroud. That's over the middle to the tight end Ingram. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. Come to the line now on 2nd and 2. They'll send a tight end in motion. Throwing on 2nd down. Stroud. That's over the middle and caught by Smith. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. On 1st down, it's Stroud. That's caught right side. It's London. And the tackle's going to be made down at the 40-yard line. Contact up front. Did they get one of the defenders to
Neutral
jump?
zone infraction, defense. Still 1st down.
So a lot of options on the table now. It's 1st and 5. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. They will work the middle with Mixon. And he'll get the 1st down there. A pickup of about 5 yards. Man in motion is Smith. Stroud to throw here on 1st down. That's caught. It's Joe Mixon.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they've got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and they were able to stop that play really before it got started.
The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. Off the play fake. Here's Stroud. That's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete. Devontae Smith, the intended receiver, and it'll lead to a second down. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. On play action. Stroud. Now he'll run. And the quarterback scrambling, maneuvers his way back to the line of scrimmage, but that's all he can get out of that one. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. From the gun here on third down, it's Stroud. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down mark. Out is Younghoe Koo to try the field goal. Officially a 29-yard attempt. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Falcons will extend their third quarter lead. The kickoff team is out on the field. And we're back to it as the kick's away. This fielded at about the 9. And a solid one back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. The Niners offense ready for their first possession of this second half. The deficit is 5, so they'll try to put a drive together here. They'll begin it with 1st and 10. Here's 2nd and 2. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. On the carry, this is Nick Chubb. And this rough day on the ground continues. They're going to drop him behind the line again.
The offense thinks that they can just kind of plow this one up there in the middle and keep the chains moving, but not on this defense. Not only do they not pick up the first down, but after suffering that loss, now they've got some decisions to make on third.
He's going to have our Niners first down. Won't be by much. He needed 3. He got 3. The mark says first down. Once again, it's Achane. And a good one here on the ground across midfield. Let's give him 9 for the carry. A good spot here, 2nd and a yard. To throw, it's Herbert. The toss, left side, caught by his running back. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. They'll run this one straight ahead with Achane. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10.
At the 42-yard line.
They'll stay on the ground with Achane. And that'll go for a gain of about 4. Matt Milano there to stop it. Here comes 3rd and 6. Out of the gun, here's Herbert. He's got his tight end, that's McBride. And he'll be taken down. A big pickup on what will be the final play of this third quarter. So we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Line of scrimmage is the 15. It's 1st and 10. Shotgun now for Herbert. Over the middle to Ayuk, complete. And he will score. Brandon Ayuk, touchdown, 49ers. What a game this has been. Back and forth we go, and that fourth quarter score changes the lead one more time.
And we've seen the lead go back and forth, Mike, and now the question is, can they get a stop? Can they find a way defensively to hang on to this lead and get themselves this big win?
All right, now, what can the Niners do as they face a big two-point conversion here? He bought as much time as he could, but he will finally be taken down.
So they decide to put the ball in the air, which I don't mind on this two-point try, but the execution was just a little bit off, and it's not going to work out in their favor this time around.
Now return coming from the 7. A good return as he takes it across the 30. The Falcons offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes, generally one step ahead of the defense all game long. Not able to stay in, he steps out of bounds, and that'll be a loss of a couple of yards on that one. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. They'll go play action with Stroud. They go sideline, and he stays in bounds. Got the feet down in time. It's a first down. It's a big play when they needed it the most. It's a gain of 34.
Big-time play there as they try to cut into this fourth-quarter deficit. At this point in the game, Mike, remember, you're just going to get a couple more possessions, so you have to make the most of them, especially with the lead being this close for the taking.
Stroud to throw here on 1st and 10. He'll go right back to Smith. They hook up again. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. Now, faking the give. They'll be forced to just throw the corner run. It's incomplete. Big play coming up. This is 3rd down. The tight end, Ingram, is on the move. From the shotgun, C.J. Stroud. And on 3rd down, that ball incomplete.
They're lucky to have avoided this mistake here, Mike. In the 4th quarter, with possessions running out, that would have been a critical back-breaking play in this game. And they're going to have second life now after that defender drops the ball. And let's see if they can take advantage of it. And this has been such a tight game, but that's a big one right there. I mean, you need a kicker with confidence. Well, this guy, he fits the bill. He steps up and knocks it through to give his guys a lead here in the 4th quarter.
This will be returned from the 6. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. 49ers offense ready to take over as we check out the playoff race in the NFC. Still, a lot can happen between now and the end of the season, but cream is starting to rise to the top as you look across the NFL.
The drag route is such a good way to get the ball early into the hands of your tight end and take some pressure off the quarterback and give him an easy completion. The size and the athleticism allows them to try to pick up more yards, but do it after the catch.
It'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
No gain on the play. It's now 3rd and 4.
Here's a 3rd down and 4. Here's Herbert. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. And he's going to have the 1st down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down.
1st and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Here's a give to H.A. A gain of 4 as he's taken down. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Here's a 2nd and 6. Now it's Herbert. That's left side, and that's the tight end, McDonald. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a 1st down. From the gun, it's Herbert. Got his receiver on the in-cut. He's got it. And they're going to move this ball inside the 25-yard line. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. 1st and 10. Throwing now is Herbert. Oh, he doesn't put it away, and the ball's out. It's scooped up by the Falcons.
You know, Mike, with the importance being placed on yards after the catch, we're seeing more and more guys really emphasize turning into a runner as soon as possible. And, of course, it's a critical part of today's modern offense. But the part you have to remember, the yards are never more important than protecting the ball, so it needs to continue to be stressed. Yes, we want the big explosive play after the catch, but never at the expense of the ball.
The Falcons offense and receiver Devontae Smith take the field for their next drive. The lead is 2, and they're going to try to make something happen here, starting with a 1st and 10. A modest gain, maybe 2 yards. It's 2nd down. From the gun, here's Stroud. To the right side, he's got Ingram, the tight end. This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. Throwing is Stroud. That's caught once again by Ingram. And he will have the 1st down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8.
1st down, Falcons.
Here's Mixon. Has an opening. Past the 40. And they will finally run him down up near midfield.
And this is the point of the game, Mike, where you really can start leaning on your run game and try to close this game out. You've got the lead. You're in the 4th quarter, and they're able to pop off a big run.
On 1st down, they keep it on the ground, and they keep it with Mixon. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. 2 minutes remain in the 4th quarter. We'll come back and finish this one off. After this, they'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. On the handoff, it's Mixon. And this defense up to the task there. Gain of just 2, and it's 3rd down. They'll drop to throw. And that is incomplete. Drake London was the intended receiver there. And that'll set up 4th down. The Falcons send their punching unit out. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and it'll come out to the 20-yard line. The Niners offense starting to trot out for this next possession. They trail by 2, and will start this drive with 1st and 10. And he will take this one in. 80 yards. Touchdown, San Francisco. Moody now for the extra point. He's got it. And the 49ers will up the lead to 5. So now playing with the lead after that fourth quarter touchdown. Time to kick it back the other way. Now, here comes a return from the 9. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The Falcons offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. They'll come up for 1st and 10. Here's Stroud. They try to work the screen with Mixon. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8. Now a timeout, Atlanta. That's their first. And they'll get together prior to the second down play. And they're going to track him down. He couldn't find a receiver, and down he goes. Now Stroud. Quick throw here is complete. Here's first down. Stroud. Now he'll run it.
Well, let's give credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was nowhere to go with the ball for that quarterback. He had no choice but to just tuck it down himself, and he's able only to pick up a short game. Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short game.
From the gun here on third down, it's Stroud. That pass pinballing around, and it ends up in the hands of the receiver. Wow. And he's going to go all the way. How about some late magic? They've taken the lead here in the final minute of play. Third down. My focus, Greg, was on picking up the first down. Forget that. They go down the field and in the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, and I don't think it was just your focus, Mike. I think in this case, it was the defense's focus. They're so worried about where that first down marker was that they allowed them to get that ball up and over the top for the deep strike touchdown.
Throwing from the pistol, Stroud. And he will get into the end zone. The conversion is good, and the lead is up to 3 here in the fourth quarter. So the kickoff team out there one final time in the final minute as they kick it away. From the 6, here comes a return. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The Niners offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been successful. He just processes things so quickly, making the right read seemingly every time. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. On first down, Herbert. He'll look middle and finds McBride as tight end. The Niners will use their third and final timeout, and they stop it with 11 seconds remaining in the ballgame.
And that's just a big-time kick right there. I mean, think about all the things running through this kicker's head. He knows if he misses it, this game's over. But he's cool. He's calm. He steps up, takes a deep breath, and he knocks it through to extend this game.
Here comes the return from a yard or two deep. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. Here's Mixon. And he's going to be taken down, and that will do it. 4 quarters, no winner. Let's keep going. We're off to overtime. So, overtime coming up, not a playoff game, so a quick reminder of the rules. Each team gets one possession unless the opening possession is a touchdown. Then it's game over. Any defensive score ends the game. Each team gets a couple of timeouts, and all replays come from upstairs. If the first OT ends in a tie, so does the game. Four quarters could not determine a winner. We get back underway here in overtime. This fielded at the 2. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Niners offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. They fake the jet sweep and will hand it up the middle. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line.
Big hole up the middle. The interior of this offensive line did a great job clearing some space. The back saw it quick, and he hit it. And next thing you know, he was in the secondary for a big hit.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. Herbert makes the read, decides to hang on. And that's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7.
Good decision by the quarterback. In this situation, all you're looking to do is have a positive play. He decides to pull it, and that's exactly what he's able to do.
On the draw with H.A. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. They'll come up to 3rd and 3. Now a first throw here in overtime. He'll try to run for it. And Herbert going to slide to a stop, but he's got it. He's picked up the 1st down.
You certainly can't fault the secondary here. The coverage was almost too good downfield on 3rd down. The quarterback realized quickly there was nowhere for him to go with the ball, decides to become a runner. He's able to pick up the 1st down and some.
And nothing cooking on that one. He'll be met and tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
Trying to catch the defense off guard with this designed quarterback run. Doesn't go down for a sack, but either way, defense was ready for it, able to bring the quarterback down for a loss.
A run up the middle with Achane, and he is not going to get away. Might have gotten a yard, but it will set up 3rd down. Out of the gun, here's Herbert. That is caught. And he's into the end zone. That'll do it. They win it in OT.
Like we was saying that it was the response